And did you have a question, Paige, or was that by accident?
No, it wasn't by accident. We have 7 bills in ENR that we're voting on, so I'll be in and out.
Okay,
As a text from the other committee.
that's fine. And this is a briefing, so it's not as
We are live now, by the way.
great. Good morning. You're here with the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. We are having a briefing today, which is different than a hearing or a work session. It's just a chance for us to hear from different groups. And we are having this briefing today. Early in the session, we did have a introduction of interested parties. And during that process, we thought it might be good to have a more detailed briefing since electricity is going to occupy quite a bit of our time this year, that we have a more detailed briefing general briefing from people in the electric industry and on various issues. So if I could first have the committee go around and introduce themselves, and I'll start off with Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Mountford, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Grochowski.
Good morning, all. Nicole Grochowski. I represent House District 132, which is the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton.
Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representative for District 104, the towns of Dexter, Garland, Charleston, Exeter, and Stetson.
And my co-chair, Representative Berry.
Good morning, everyone. Seth Berry. I represent House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bodenham, almost all of Richmond, and Swan Island on the Kennebec.
Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Senator Vitelli.
Good morning. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I reside in the beautiful island community of Aroustic.
Great. So the format for today is pretty open. We have scheduled to hear from consumer-owned utilities for about a half an hour, then from the 2 IOUs, first Versant Power for a half an hour, and then from Central Maine Power for a half an hour. And then we will hear from distributive grid generation, grid scale producers for about the same amount of time. And then we'll be breaking for lunch. We'll be back in the afternoon with CMP ratepayers, and then from A Climate to Survive, and then from the Office of the Public Advocate. Representative Berry and I will be sharing the chairing today, so I'll be doing most of the morning, and I think Representative Berry may be doing a good chunk of the afternoon. Are there any questions from the committee before we begin? So I'd ask Jordan that you bring in all the people from, excuse me, the attendees who are representing the COUs, the consumer-owned utilities. And I don't know if we heard back from William Schofield from Van Buren, but if he does join us, we'll let him in. And I did submit some thoughts and ideas to the various entities for the issues for them to cover today. And I know committee members had the opportunity to do that too as well. And as we think of issues or ideas or things we want to talk to them about, we can do that today. Just keep in mind, this is informational questions only today, where we're not pursuing any in particular individual bills, and this is not a chance to challenge something you think is going on, but it's more for getting information out from them on the general condition of the industry. So I see Deb Hart here. Deb, do you have any preference in the order I go in?
No, I don't think so. I think you had them listed down. Dieter had listed
Yep.
EMEC and then Holton, Madison, Kennebunk, and
Okay.
Fox Island. And I'm looking, I think everybody's on, but maybe Amy.
Good.
Oh, Amy is on. I'm sorry, Amy, I didn't see you.
I think William Schofield might not be on.
He is not going to be able to make it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was trying to tell you that before, but I was muted. And I don't need
Okay.
to be on if it helps if I get off. I
Yep.
don't.
It's up to you. If you want to just mute yourself and stay on, that's fine, in case there may be a question directed over to you. But first of all, I want to thank the 5 of you for taking time to join us. We don't often hear directly from the COUs. We hear a lot from Deb. She represents you guys very well and presents your issues before our committee. But we thought this would be a good opportunity to hear from the COUs in Maine, just kind of what's going on, what you see as the challenges for the next 1 to 5 years, and those types of issues. So I'll start off with Scott from Eastern Maine Electric. If you just introduce yourself and tell the company you're with.
Sure. I'm Scott Hollowell, the CEO of Eastern Maine Electric Cooperative. We're headquartered in Calais. We have about a 3,000 square mile territory, about 1,700 miles of line, and about 36 employees.
Great. And can you just give us a general idea on what your issues are right now, where you see kind of the industry going over the next few years?
Yeah, well, I guess from our perspective, cost is always a concern of ours as far as the cost to the utility, which therefore relates to the cost to our members and our consumers. Obviously, just cost of utility infrastructure keeps going up, which can have a cost impact to everyone, as well as other items that are happening in the industry. Obviously, net energy billing has been a big discussion point this session, as I'm sure you're all well aware of. It's an item of our concern as well. We kind of look at net energy billing more on a basis of equality. We want to make sure there's not big winners or big losers, and that's one of our concerns on that. It's just when you look at, I'm not sure how much detail you want on something like that, or just a general overview. I don't want to get into bills by any means, as you just indicated.
Right. A general overview is fine, and maybe we'll go through the 5 of you, and then I would like to hear kind of net energy billing, what that means for you, because that's going to be an issue we're dealing with a lot this session. You are geographically related differently, so we have some different issues, but I'm sure committee members may have some questions they want to ask.
Yeah. So you want me to go into a little bit of our thoughts on net energy billing now, or hold off on that then?
Why don't you hold off on that, and we'll go through each of the utilities, and then kind of come back to it. Greg Sherman from Holton Water Company.
Oh, okay. Technically challenged, I guess. Good morning. Thanks for having us. I'm the general manager of the Holton Water Company. We're an electric and water and sewer utility located in the state of Maine. Holton Water Company is in here. This is going to sound strange, but we're a stock-owned company. The stock is entirely owned by the town of Holton, so that's a little bit different. Our board of directors are elected from the town. As Scott mentioned, the challenges, some of this circles around cost of utilities, of services and so forth. Something I'd like to mention is a big project that we just finalized last year. Is we became interconnected with NV Power. We're now a transmission customer of NV Power, and what that saves our customers is about $1.5 million per year. That's after our debt. That's after us paying for the line, and the debt service is taken out. Our customers have a huge savings. I know in southern Maine, ISO costs are escalating. That's happening in northern Maine as well. We saw that coming, and we took advantage of that and built, got approval, built a line to Canada, and we're looking out for our customers. I mean, that's what consumer-owned utilities are doing. They're looking out for their customers. And we have no stockholders. I know you're going to talk to Versant and CMP. They're beholden to their stockholders. We don't have any of that. Our stockholders are our customers. So.
Great. And how about Marty Berry from Madison Electric Works?
Hi, I'm Marty Berry from Madison Electric, superintendent here. We have roughly 2,500 customers. We have 120 miles of consumer lines, one 10-mile distribution line for our greenhouse, which is just under 40 acres here in Madison. We have a little variety of solar, some battery storage. Again, cost is a big thing. COVID and the delay of people paying, we didn't have a big hit up here for job layoffs, but people just seemed to get behind the 8 ball and didn't apply some of the money that they got to their accounts. So, you know, our revenue coming in is a little down, rears is high. So we're looking to keep up tree trimming for stability is the big thing around here. Other than that, I'll wait for any other questions.
Good. When you say the greenhouse, are you talking about the tomato grower in your area?
That is correct. Yep.
And you had to run a direct distribution line in for them?
We did. Yep. About 10 miles of 34.5 line for them.
And was that paid directly by the customer, or was that spread over all ratepayers?
It was directly by the customer because that line benefited them, and we took out a bond, and they're halfway through the payment of that bond.
Okay, good. And if any other committee members have specific questions they want to ask of a certain utility, don't hesitate to raise your hand. We'll go on to Todd Shea, General Manager of Kennebunk Light and Power.
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, committee. Thank you very much for your time. I'm Todd Shea, Kennebunk Light and Power District. So about 7,000 meters in the portions of the town of Arundel, Lyman, Kennebunk, and Wells. I'll echo the sentiments of my other colleagues of cost. The most important thing for us is cost. What we're watching now, the issues that we're having that I potentially could discuss is contractor access during weather events. It would appear that contractors are no longer available to service our needs due to them being tied up by others whenever a predicted event comes up. Obviously, I've spoken before, and I'll repeat that our consumer-owned utility exemptions are very important to us for us to remain relevant and viable. We're watching variable renewable energy resource issues through the ISO right now, distributed energy resource aggregation and some of the costs that could be associated with that, overall metering for the district, and keeping our system up and running, and as I said, keeping us relevant.
Great, thank you. And now we have Amy Watson from Fox Island.
Good morning. I'm the CEO of Fox Islands Electric Cooperative. We are a rural electric cooperative organized under Maine statutes. There are 2 lists in the state. Fox Islands Electric serves the island communities of Vinyl and North Haven off the coast of Rockland. We have a 4.5 megawatt wind farm on the island of Vinyl Haven and a 2 megawatt diesel generator for backup. We receive market power through a 10-mile submarine transmission cable to the mainland. So right now we're about 60% wind power, but we generate probably, if you're looking at just a megawatt basis, about 85% of our power through wind. And echoing other COU managers as well, cost and liability are our main concerns.
Great. So just as a question, obviously you don't own the wind farm, correct?
The wind farm is owned by Fox Islands Wind, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Fox Islands Electric Cooperative. So yes, the cooperative does own the wind company.
I'm just curious how you get around that requirement that T&D companies not be generators too as well.
There is a exemption for that. Fox Islands Electric, this predates me, but from what I understand in 2010, 2011, an exemption for cooperatives was enacted. And Fox Islands Electric is considered a CUP as well as a transmission distribution. I can give you more information on that, follow up with more information if you would like.
Yeah, that'd be just interesting if you could get it through Deb. It would just be interesting. So it sounds like the five of
Absolutely.
It sounds like the five of you within your own selves have different structures too as well. Some are cooperative, some are straight COUs, some are publicly owned utilities. I was thinking of Holton. It's much more like Hydro-Quebec, which is owned by the province of Quebec, and Holton is owned by the town of Bolton. Okay, I'm going to open it up to the committees for any general questions you may have for the COUs. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Ms. Watson, I was wondering, I think from what you said that your backup for your wind power must be from your submarine cable. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Anything else, Representative Foster? Okay, Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here this morning. One of you, or maybe more of you, mentioned your elected boards. I was curious, I don't know if you all have elected boards, but do you have any trouble finding people who are interested and qualified to run for those positions? And I'm just curious what your perspective is, because in a really small community, I think, wow, how can there be so many people as excited about this as I might be?
So why don't you all just chip in when you want to?
We have as well a five-member elected board of trustees. They serve 5-year terms, and yes, you are correct. Just like the balance of municipalities in the state of Maine, it's very difficult to find interested parties to join on these boards. It's not glam and glory, and so they don't necessarily. We get people who have the best interest of the community at heart, typically, and unfortunately, those typically are the people who continue to commit and volunteer to several different organizations.
Anybody else want to answer that? Go ahead.
This is Greg Sherman. Hey, we have 6-member board. They're elected for 3-year terms. The gentlemen we have on there now and lady, excuse me, are wonderful. They're business people. They really care about the community. You know, I'm fortunate. I get a lot of guidance from these folks. We're talking about the president of a bank, a doctor about optometry. We have a very successful farmer who's on the board, very successful contractor. A gentleman owns multiple tire stores throughout the state of Maine. I get wonderful guidance, and it's been that way a long time. So I really appreciate that the folks are on our board.
Anyone else?
At Eastern Maine Electric.
Oh, excuse me.
Go ahead, Amy.
Please go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
Okay. At Eastern Maine Electric, we have 11-member board members. And given our geographic size, we break our utility for board members up into 11 different zones. So they get elected from their geographic area. They serve 3-year terms. They're staggered, obviously. And we generally have a pretty good turnout for people that want to be on the board. To echo what others said, we get people that really care about their communities. And that's why we're here. Originally, the power was not in the area we serve. The people that, back in the 1940s, they wanted power. They went out and got it themselves. And that history still kind of stays with the people that are active on the cooperative board.
Amy?
Thank you. Fox Islands is governed by a board of 9 directors. We have 3 that represent the island North Haven and 6 on Vinyl Haven. It actually is fairly easy to find people who are interested in our communities. I think most of our residents recognize that a resilient, reliable, and affordable electric utility is essential to sustain our economy. On the board, there is a learning curve. We have excellent trade associations that provide materials for boards. I do a lot of educating and different presentations during our monthly board meetings, but there's a lot of interest and there's a lot of information out there. So I'm finding that even if we have a director that doesn't have any background experience, they're very eager and motivated to learn the industry on board. And I think it's a real asset to the community to have the board that we do.
Marty?
Yep. Madison has a 5-member board, 1 new member each year. Longevity is a big thing with my board. The chairman has been on, he's completed 4 terms, so he's been on with us over almost 20. The newest being a 2-year member, because it goes up to town vote every June. But quite a diversity from self-employer to sanitary district employee to a retired gentleman and a millwright. So it gives a good perspective from different angles for our board.
Good. Great. Seth, I saw you had a question.
I did, just to follow on to that, and thank you for your answers. Just quickly, are your board members compensated as they are with the investor-owned utilities or their holding companies, or do they serve voluntarily? And also, are your meetings open to the public? I know that's not true for investor-owned utilities.
So our Kennebunk Light and Power District's Board of Trustees is not compensated whatsoever. There's the ability to in our founding charter, but they don't choose to do so. And I apologize. What was the other question?
Open meeting.
Yeah,
Oh, yes,
compensation and public access.
We most certainly have open meetings. If you go to our website, klpd.org, we keep meticulous detail of what happens. And with the challenges of the pandemic, we've actually found that the Zoom platform is a very convenient way, whether you're in person or not, to record and memorialize the meetings. So yes, we do.
Great. The rest of you, Greg, do you want to go next?
Sure. Yes, we have an open meeting. I'm not crazy about the Zoom platform. I'm a little uncomfortable even now. I don't like the camera. I'd rather be in person. And our board used to be compensated $10 a meeting. They said this is foolish and voted to say, you know, we do this for the betterment of the community. We don't do it for anybody. So that's why they're there.
Todd?
Yeah, I think you already heard from me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Todd. I meant Scott.
Yes, our board receives a per diem for the meeting of $250. And that's really to recognize the fact they are giving up their time. Some of them are self-employed. If they come to the meeting, they need to pay someone else to run their business for the day, as well as the time for preparation of the meeting. And our meetings we're a cooperative, so a member of the cooperative can come to a meeting.
And that would be any customer, basically?
A member of the cooperative, yes, correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Amy?
We have open meetings as well. We also have a period for public comment at the beginning of each meeting so that there's an opportunity to discuss anything that I'd like to discuss or make comments about. Our directors are compensated at $10 a meeting, up to $130 a year because we have our annual meeting as well. So it is a token and it's a recognition of their service, but it's not really serious consideration for service on the board.
And Marty?
Yes, Madison board members are compensated. It goes to the town vote. They vote, I think they get $2,000 a year. The chairman gets an extra $200. And that's no matter 12, 15, 20 meetings in a year, but that's a flat line base, 2,000 that they get. They get 1,000 every 6 months. We have an open meeting. We have not done Zoom. We very seldom have any people attend other than our board members and myself.
Great. Other questions from the committee? I'd like to hear from you on a couple of different things. First of all, kind of your view of the state of the grid and kind of what you see as the future and what you see as the challenges as they affect you. You probably know we're considering climate change goals, which will put a lot of use onto the grid. increased use onto the grid, which obviously impacts you guys. And I'd just like to hear on what you think about that and what you see as concerns. And then also on net energy billing, if how much solar you guys are having in your districts, what's the impact, that type of thing. So yeah, I'll go in the same order again. Greg, if you want to jump in.
Well, the state of the grid, I think we're improving our grid. We've tied into NV Power, who has a pretty redundant system. We have a backup agreement with Versant. Sadly, I had to utilize that system in December. I had a recloser, a brand new recloser, first time I saw a fault on the Canadian side blew up, and I switched back to Versant Energy. So for me, that would not have been an opportunity before. If that had happened, we would have been down for, you know, a day or two instead of 4 hours. So we're always looking to improve our system. As far as the renewable energy piece, if you were to go to our Facebook page, I'm trying to think, I think it's 86% of our standard offer supply comes from renewable resources out of NV Power. I think, Scott, yours is similar. I think it's, so, you know, we're looking forward at this, and you know, maybe Canada's a little bit ahead of us, but that's where our supply comes from. So I was quite pleased with that. What's that?
Have you had many requests for people putting rooftop solar in your district to connect or things like that?
We have not. Obviously, we have a 100 kW limit. We've had a few requests. We've had some industrial requests. The issue with net energy billing for us, and we're examining it now based on the requests that we have had, a large industrial user has requested net energy billing, is the impact that it would have to our remaining customers. Because you're not just, you know, crediting the supply, you're crediting the transmission and distribution portion of that. Well, I got to collect that from somebody else. So that somebody else is the remaining customer. So if you're just talking energy, hey, that's not as big a deal. But when you're giving, you know, when you're subsidizing those folks for the net energy billing, that's kind of tough. I think that's, you know, that's obviously why we have those exemptions. We're a 20 megawatt system. So when you start losing some of those big customers, you know, and you're losing that revenue, it's got to be made up somewhere. But it's coming. We realize that there's going to be more and more requests for net energy billing. You know, so we're examining our rates and our tariffs. You know, we charge our customers, you know, if you're a residential, 10.5 cents. That's our all-in rate. And our industrial customers, they're about anywhere to 8 to 9 cents, depending on the transmission cost. So, but net energy billing is going to be a challenge going forward. Maybe not necessarily for our, you know, we may have a few circuits we have to beef up, but you know, it's the challenge is going to be how much does it increase your rates, you know, to accommodate for that.
Todd?
For us regarding net energy billing, we have I'd say a fair amount of penetration of rooftop solar in our district. Maybe 3 to 4% of our load is served. That might be a little high, but 3 to 4% of our load would be served by rooftop solar. And what we find is, like Greg just said, the larger solars that would exceed the 100 kW exemption would be detrimental. What we find from the rooftop solar is typically a rooftop solar purchaser. The size of the system you can get on a rooftop doesn't necessarily exceed the amount of energy these folks are using on a daily basis. So there's not a lot of energy put back onto our system. That's where, you know, the cost saving kind of negates itself. It definitely helps the environment because it's reducing the carbon usage, but it's not to the level where folks are selling a lot back to our customers. And what we've seen, and from the size of the system we've seen, and speaking to some of the very diehard solar fans in the district, it's that it takes a complete lifestyle change for these folks to install the solar and to actually be able to live within the limits of what they're generating. houses use a lot more power than people realize. And so when you get to the larger scale projects, yes, that would be definitely detrimental to us. At one point, the quote was the investor owns had 2,500 megawatts in the queue to come online. Well, all it would take is 20 megawatts in the queue to come online for my system to not have any real value so far as to our customers, because once you're allowing somebody to utilize that system for free for such a large scale, the economies just aren't there. So we never have, never will discourage the sub 100 kW solar, but we do spend a fair amount of time trying to find creative ways for our largest supplier to acquire the renewable energy that they're looking for to not impact the remainder of our rate classes.
Scott?
I guess I'd echo a lot of what Todd had said, and Greg as well. We have about 26 distributed generation resources on our system. 16 are solar, 9 are wind. It's about around 230, 250 kW in total. There's one that's just under 100 kW. We share the same concern of having the 100 kW limit. You put a large system on our system, which we're about a 19 megawatt load, it'd be extremely detrimental. One of the concerns is, again, equality of rates and who's paying the cost of the system is one of our concerns. You have someone that has the solar, say, at their house, they're generating, they're exporting, they're getting credits for T&D as well as energy, but yet they are using the system to export their power. The power is just flowing in the other direction. So our system is there, it's being used, and we're paying them delivery to use our system. That's when you get into a little bit of how equitable that is to the other consumers. And the other matter with someone with solar, say, on their house, is that at an instant note, any point in time, they want to use our system. So our system still needs to be built, maintained, such that for 1 hour of the year, they want to import all the power they want. And when you look at the rate structure, we're really not recovering, again, when it gets back to equality, recovering the cost to have that opportunity there for them to draw as much electricity they want, even if it's only 1 hour of the day, the other consumers are paying it. So again, I keep going back to equality is our main concern there.
Amy?
I'll agree what was just formally said, so not restating it. I do want to say I've sat down with some of our net metering customers and calculated it, and we found that on average they're avoiding about $600 of fixed cost to the system that everybody should be paying. That is passed on to other customers, and some of those customers are on a fixed income, and they're low income customers. So what I'm really working on this year is doing a cost of service study and analyzing different rate designs so that we can get those, so we can allocate and recover our revenue that we need to run the system, those fixed costs, in a very fair way, and create a structure so that if you would like to provide your own generation through rooftop solar, you have the ability to do that without shifting costs to other customers. So that we don't have a return on equity for capital investment for shareholders. We don't have a way to have costs except through our member base. So I really want to put a structure in that is fair to everyone and that allows customers the freedom to do rooftop solar if they would like to.
Good. Marty?
Yes, Madison has 2 rooftops and 2 rack type setups, and one of those racks are a net metering, feeds 2 other facilities that he specifically owns, and one wind that's not a big output, but we're talking maybe $300 to $500 a month in savings that is calculated off a meter. Them getting the credit for delivery, it doesn't seem quite fair in my mind, because they're only producing energy, but they're getting credit that we would be charging them, the 3.5 cents to get it to them, but yet they're getting a full credit of that. they should be just getting the energy portion that they are producing that they keep in their house. In my thoughts there. We do have a 4.5 megawatt solar that we have that feeds our town during the day. But again, when this kicks off, or when their solar kicks off and they go back on the grid at night, we still have to have the capabilities of supplying them 100%, cloudy day 100%. So our customers are, if there was to be more come on, I could see where it could start hurting our customers in rates down the road. We have a big company that wants to come in and put a 20 megawatt in our system, and our system's only 4.5 megawatt at the most. And you put 20 megawatts on that flowing back through. There's a big study going on right now to see how that will affect us in any way. What kind of equipment we'll need to protect and have the stability for our customers. But this, the solar in this state, the land's plentiful and cheap is what I was told by this developer that's looking to do the 20 megawatt. And our grid's going to see it quick. It's just piling on, and to get this all out, there's got to be a choke point someplace to get this out of the state.
Yep.
Was there another part of the question on that I missed?
Well,
Okay.
we talked a little bit about the grid, but I think you guys have shared concerns. Amy?
If I may add on to what Marty said about the power cost too, one of the issues even just looking at a 3-part rate, because when these solar facilities are generating, the power cost from a market could be down near, 0.8 cents, 1 cent. And when they're offsetting the power to use it during peak power, it's much more expensive power for us. So when we're purchasing peak power offset, it could be the difference between a 9-cent power that we're providing them, and they're offsetting a 0.5 or 1.5 or 2-cent power that they give us. So that's why rate design and looking at 3-part rates and demand and all of these issues become very important as you're looking at cost and what it means, how much it really costs to serve all your customers in an equitable way.
Great. Other questions from the committee? We've kept you for a good half hour. Todd, you had something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to make one point that I failed to mention is that in our district, we purchase wholesale power on behalf of our customers, and there is a break point where you have so much solar in your system that it changes the rate structure that we as consumer-owned utilities can purchase on behalf of our customers. So this is something that we haven't been able to find that definitive point where it would really be an impact, but something that we're considered that if you reach 20-30% of your load being solar, the incremental costs will be there in the ability to serve the balance of the load. And thank you again for your time. Representative Wood, I don't know if you're aware, but the Northeast Public Power Association, who's our trade organization, is holding their annual conference in Portland this year. It'll be at the end of August. If you have any questions, you have any interest, any of you want any information on that, please reach out.
That would be interesting to get that information, and maybe Deb can provide it to us. Other questions from the committee? Representative Berry?
I don't have a question because I think we are nearing the end of our time together, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank you all for your leadership, and please thank your boards as well. I don't know if you're aware, but Representative Grahowski has as our official number cruncher on the committee, has analyzed the rates per kilowatt hour delivered for utilities in the state of Maine. And you all have some challenges. I think particularly Eastern Maine Electric, very rural. Together, you serve part or all of 97 of Maine's 488 municipalities. So very rural. In fact, more rural than the average IOU in terms of lines per customer and miles of line per customer. And yet, you manage to have better reliability based on the reports that I receive regularly from Deb. And your rates, going back to Representative Grahowski's numbers, are significantly lower than our other utilities. In fact, you average together per kilowatt hour just 6 cents delivered. And the average for our other utilities is 9.5 cents at present. That's 2021. So That would be 58% higher. So I commend you. You know, what we care about is keeping the lights on and keeping the bills low. And you're doing both of those things in a stellar way. You know, I think we talked about governance. Obviously, that's an advantage, the accountability directly to customers. But your cost of capital is really a remarkable advantage as well. You know, being able to procure capital at half the cost, I think will really position you for the big investment in the grid that we expect to need to support reliability with severe weather, and also to support beneficial electrification. So thank you for your good work on behalf of your customers and the whole state.
Yes, thank you all for coming, and I'm sure, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, first of all, confirm from Jordan that this is being recorded and can be accessed later. And also thank you folks for bringing to us your information and concerns in regards to future net energy billing concerns and how that will impact you and your customers. Because obviously on the small scales that you are talking about, that can be magnified as we look at the rest of the ratepayers in Maine. So I thank you for that information. It's something I don't think we've really heard much of before. So thank you.
Anyone else on the committee? Again, thank you. And we do, as both Representative Foster and Representative Berry mentioned, tend to focus a lot of energy on the larger IOUs. And a lot of times we don't realize impacts on the COUs, the cooperatives, the different organizations. So Deb tries to keep us informed, but you should as well feel, you know, we're more than willing to listen to what your concerns are. So thank you all for coming. Whoops, Deb, you wanted to say something, or you're saying goodbye?
No, I was saying goodbye, but you also, you, Senator, and Representative Berry might be interested to know that Amy is our newest member. Fox Island has certainly been there, but she hails from Colorado, and we're really happy to have her out here in the state of Maine. I think she thought that she was going to get an easier winter, but with our windstorms, that didn't happen. And you might also be interested to know that Greg Sherman is the son of the former Representative and Senator Roger Sherman.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
So,
yeah. And Deb, one thought I had, the committee seemed to be interested in structure of the COUs, compensation, and public access.
Yep.
So maybe if you could just prepare an Excel spreadsheet for us to show kind of, you know, and maybe size, customers served and things like that. That would be a good resource for us just to have to refer back to when issues come up.
be happy to do that, sir. Thank you.
You say size, do you mean circuit size, customer size, you want all that, you know, circuit length?
All sizes.
I think both.
All sizes. Community served, you know, everything. We'd like to get that kind of spread out, because clearly just hearing from you guys, we tend to think of you as a group, but you're pretty diverse among yourselves, both in geography and many, many different ways.
You know, I hope you take away that if you look, I'm quite impressed with this group, because they're really proactive, looking out for their customers. You know, obviously you have 3 of them that have solar or wind. We've looked at it. I'm sure Scott's probably looked at it as well. Just the economics aren't there. So, you know, we're always looking out, you know, to benefit our customers in any way we can. So reliability, obviously, and cost are 2 big ones. But,
No, I think this has been very helpful for us to get an insight into your operations. Good. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, we're going to go on to hear from Versant Power, to get a briefing from Versant Power. Joining us is the new president and CEO of Versant Power, John Flynn. I believe Tim is here as well. Are you, Tim? Yep, I see you there. Tim Pease is here, and Ariel Silver-Karsh is here as well. And we also have David Norman here from Versant Power. So why don't I just turn it over to you, John. You can introduce each of your panelists and just do a little presentation for us on what's going on at Versant Power and what your challenges are.
Certainly, Senator. Good morning to you and Chairman Berry and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm really looking forward to having a conversation, obviously today and ongoing as we all work together on Maine's policy goals. So as you said, I have Tim Peace, who is our Vice President of Regulatory and Legal. For those who have worked with Tim, he actually will be leaving us at the end of the month to go back into private practice. So we wish Tim well and thank him for all he's done for the company. We have Ariel Silver-Karsh. Ariel will be stepping into Tim's role, is already stepping into Tim's role as head of regulatory and legal here at Versant Power. And as you said, we have Dave Norman, and Dave is a critical member of our regulatory group, someone who brings a vast wealth of experience to us and is very valuable. I'll be very cognizant of the committee's time. We've got a number of slides. I believe you have the presentation. I will step through them and make the points around some general points, and then there were a number of questions that we received, and we'll try to address each of those as we go. Before I start in the slides, I just want to kind of tee up, we at Versant Power, we are extremely supportive of the climate goals that the committee and others in the state, other policymakers in the state are pursuing around decarbonization, which, as you all will know, is really around the electrification of our economy, especially the heating and transportation sectors of our economy. We are very supportive. We view our role both in pursuit of these policy goals and more generally as a trusted partner to work with you as policymakers to do what we can to support and innovate. And for us, that means beginning to make investments in our transmission and especially distribution grid to be able to, for that grid to be able to function as a foundation, a catalyst, if you will, for electrification. And that place obviously is going to continue to place an ever expanding set of demands on the distribution system that it was never really initially intended to serve. It's going to be a much more bidirectional dynamic grid in the future. Some people think about our role as being somewhat different, and it will be, but it's not a change in our role. We are still focused primarily on a safe, reliable, and affordable supply of electricity for our customers. We'll talk a lot about affordability because it is something that's very important to us, and it's obviously a challenge. Scott Hollowell talked about the challenge of infrastructure costs are going up, and we obviously spend a lot of time trying to ensure that we balance the investments we make with affordability for our customers. I think it's also important as we go forward as Versant Power that we serve as an innovator and begin to do some of those things that we know we're going to need to do. And I won't touch on everything I'm going to touch on in the presentation, but I do want to call a few things out that I think are especially important. And I know some of them came across as questions from the committee. One is the need for storage. As we continue to interconnect renewable energy on the system, we're going to need more and more storage to help us balance and operate that system efficiently and reliably. And we'll talk about some of the things that we at Versant Power are doing to pursue storage application in the very near term. Senator Lawrence, we've talked before about kind of the need to return to a more centralized planning paradigm if we can do so in an efficient way. I think one of the things we lost when the industry was deregulated in the late 1990s was the ability to plan the system holistically from generation right on down to the meter. The entire system was looked at and planned in a centralized way, and that served customers very well because it created a singular way of viewing how the system should be modernized and grown. I also think, Senator Lawrence, some of the things that the committee has looked at around that planning paradigm can allow us to think about a portfolio approach to generation. So there's a lot of discussion. We'll have a discussion today about distributed generation, a lot of the solar that's coming on our system. I also think it's important that we ensure that we look at onshore wind, offshore wind as critical tools to help decarbonize our environment, and also make sure that we're making the investments in the grid that are going to allow all of that generation, some of it grid scale and very significant scale, to be interconnected efficiently and operated efficiently. So we need thorough, thoughtful policy, which is what you're all working on very hard, and we appreciate that and we support that. I also think it's important that we all realize there's a sense of urgency to getting on with the types of investments that we all need to make to ensure that we can achieve those goals in a reasonable time frame. So with that, I'll step to the first slide and really just kind of reiterate how we see ourselves at Versant Power. We do talk a lot about being that trusted partner to you as policymakers, to the governor, the governor's energy office, to our customers, to the PUC, and to the communities that we serve. And I think if we view everything that we do through that lens, we will be well served and we will serve our customers well. As I said, we share the climate goals from Maine. and obviously a safe, reliable, and affordable supply of electricity is our most primary focus and our primary mandate. If I go to the next slide. I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Are you hoping to share those slides with the committee on the screen?
They were shared in hard copy this morning. Let me see if I can.
I didn't know if that's what you were talking about. Don't worry about it. I can direct the committee's attention to the email they served.
Okay.
They were sent.
That would be helpful. Sorry, Senator. Yeah, I'm on an iPad so that I can actually look at that presentation as I go. So I can't share it with the way I'm set up right now.
We do have them in by email. Thank you.
So yeah,
sure.
Members should have them by email. And so if you have another screen you can draw them up on, I would say go ahead and drop them up. Whoops, David is doing it.
I think Dave Norman is ahead of me. Dave Norman just shared them. So Dave, if you want to go to the next slide, and Dave and I will do a little Mutt and Jeff here as we go through.
So one thing
just a little bit about our.
1 second, John. One thing I remind people on the committee, Dave, if you have the ability to blow that up a little, some of us are a little bit older and reading is always harder. So that's good. That's good. Okay. Go ahead, John. Sorry.
All right. There we go. No, you're fine, Senator. No worries. Interesting history to this company, right? It's grown over a number of years. It's been a number of small utilities, some private, some municipal, some co-ops that have, in an effort to seek efficiencies and capital, have come together and formed the original Bangor Hydro and Maine Public Service. Both of those companies were purchased by Emera after deregulation, and they were combined into one company in 2014. 2016, we actually added Swan Island Electric Cooperative, and obviously after the acquisition by NMAX, and I'll talk about that. I know that was a question from the committee a bit later, which we see as a real positive for the state of Maine. We were rebranded as Versant Power. On the next slide, David, which talks a little bit about our service territory. Just a quick overview: 160,000 customers, just over 400 employees. A little over 6,000 miles of distribution and 1,300 miles of transmission. A very large and rural service territory, 10,400 square miles. And I go back to those 400 employees, those 400 dedicated Mainers. To me, when I think about the role that Versant Power plays here in Maine, I harken back. I started in November. I was fortunate enough to have about 3 or 4 major storms in my first month with the company, including one on Christmas Day. And I sat on a call with 30 of our folks on Christmas morning who were putting aside their Christmas Day with their families to make sure that we were ready for that windstorm. So from my perspective, that's really what we're about as Versant Power. Next slide, David. Again, as I mentioned, our core business is clearly providing a safe, reliable supply, affordable supply of electricity to our customers. And with the emerging demands being placed on our system, we know we need to continue to invest, but invest in a way that is is recognizing the affordability. We can, in terms of things that are going on right now, we are actively working alongside developers of renewable energy projects. And as you're well aware, we have a number of renewable energy projects attempting to interconnect to our system. We are beginning to offer even more and unique incentives to our customers to install, electrify their heat, move to heat pumps, move away from fossil fuels, and a drive to electrify the heating sector, which is one of the, as I mentioned, one of the most significant economic areas that needs to be electrified, and continuing to look for ways to innovate around storage and around other things, data analytics and other asset management tools that can allow us to operate our system more efficiently, both from an electrical and from a cost perspective. Senator, if you see hands, now that I'm seeing the slides, I'm not seeing hands. So if you see hands, just feel free to stop me verbally and let me know who's got a question, and I'll do my best to answer it as we go.
Well, thank you. I think we're going to reserve questions to the end after your
presentation. That sounds fine. And next, I'd like to cover just a handful of major issues the company is actively working through right now, including responding to some of the specific questions that the committee did pose. As you're well aware, we have filed a rate request with the PUC back in January. And we take, as I mentioned, we take our responsibility for a safe and reliable service very seriously. That rate increase is really around beginning to invest in aging infrastructure, as well as investing in the distribution grid, as I mentioned earlier, to ensure that we are making the investments we know we're going to need to make to be able to accommodate electrically a much more dynamic future. Obviously, filing a rate increase is always a difficult thing to do. As I said, we're very well aware of the issues around affordability, and roughly 6% of our customers are on some kind of assistance. And so even though it's $4 a month doesn't sound like a lot, we realize it is a lot for our customers. And we believe we put forward to the commission, which is currently being evaluated, a very thoughtful spreading of rates over a 2-year period that could mitigate the impact as much as we possibly can. Next slide, David. These next 2 slides just give you a little bit of perspective in terms of where we stand in New England compared to other IOUs. And we filed a study by an independent group called Concentric in our rate case that showed that Versant Power is in the bottom 10%, i.e. the least expensive, most economically efficient 10% of electric utilities in New England. David, if you want to go, there you go, to the renewable integration slide. So this is something obviously we've talked a great deal about. We have, the floodgates have kind of opened, and we have been responding to numerous requests to interconnect both grid scale and distributed scale renewable energy to our system. We've taken a very thoughtful approach in terms of our work with developers, working on the front end very, very aggressively and very transparently with our developers to ensure that we identify any grid modifications that are necessary right on the front end, so there are no surprises down the road. And we continue to obviously partner with others, in the legislature, OPA, and the PUC to find solutions wherever we can. Next slide, David. Thank you. At the highest level, I guess as we think about, and we've talked about some of the themes around location matters, spreading distributed generation across our system doesn't naturally fit with the way the system was built. And, I talked about a little earlier, when the system was planned in a holistic way, you planned the generation, both the size and location of the generation, and then the transmission and distribution systems were planned to accommodate the delivery of that generation. And now what we're doing is we're taking a system that is already in place and kind of building, as I said, generation in various places on that system. And so it does place additional stresses on the system, and in many cases it requires upgrades that need to be financed to ensure that the system can operate efficiently and safely. We've talked quite a bit about location does matter. I was at a conference several years ago where obviously in the state of California and Hawaii and others that are ahead of us chronologically on this journey to renewable and distributed energy, and the operators of the California utilities were saying if they could do one thing over again, as they thought about how the system was deployed, the generation was deployed, that would have been a focus on location and ensuring that especially grid scale assets are located where the system is already robust, thus minimizing both the cost of interconnection as well as any electrical issues associated with that interconnection. And I think there is, as you're well aware from a policy perspective, I know the legislature is addressing this session, there's a bit of a mismatch in terms of the reimbursement regime and the size of some of the generation that's come into the state. We've obviously seen another number of big national firms come into Maine to build generation. And obviously one of the reasons they're here is because of the economic viability of doing so. And I'll talk a little bit later, but obviously some of the things we're focused on, and I think the legislature is as well, we're very supportive of the move to storage, which I mentioned earlier. I think the more renewables we have on the system, just electrically, the more storage we need. If you look to the west, we are seeing actually they're going back to building pump storage, which is very large scale, in some cases 1,000 megawatt storage facilities, to be able to electrically accommodate the interconnection of so much distributed generation. Next slide, David. And again, this to me, Senator Lawrence and Chairman Berry, this goes to the importance of centralized planning, of ensuring that we have a portfolio of generation, as I mentioned, onshore. For offshore, it's how do we unlock through investments in the transmission and distribution system, especially the transmission system. How do we think about unlocking the availability of wind resources in northern Maine, and ensuring that we have both generation resource portfolio and a grid that can accommodate and deliver those safely and reliably. Next is energy storage, David. Thank you. You're doing very well, David, by the way. Thank you. You're ahead of me and I've got the thing on my screen. So again, just continuing to talk about the need for storage. Storage has a lot of benefits. In addition to the electrical benefits, the storage can be dispatched into the market. As we think about the potential for storage here in Maine, obviously it's for reliability purposes, and it also can lower the cost of electricity and ensure that those renewable resources that are coming on the system and the ones that will be built in the future don't have to curtail their supply and are available for customers. It's an interesting. Storage has really gone from a nice to have to a must have technology. And as we think about deploying storage, the one caution that I have in terms of our ability to move quickly is that we're not the only state in the country thinking about storage. Everybody is building storage, significant amounts of battery storage. And so even as we talk to storage providers today about the availability of equipment, which has also been hampered a bit by the pandemic, we're looking potentially a year or so out before even some of the batteries can even be procured. So the ability to understand the role that storage plays and how we can integrate it into our system and moving, as I said, with pace to ensure that we're bringing storage onto our system is really paramount from my perspective, because there is certainly a significant time frame to being able to procure some of these resources. Next slide, David. One of the things we're doing, I know we got a question on this. We are looking to our existing meters in much of our service territory are nearing the end of their useful lives. In fact, right now, some of our meters we can't even find in the market. We would have to go to what's called a gray market to find parts to actually restore the meters that we have on our system. So we are in the process of a 1 year plus project to deploy advanced metering technology, starting in the north, and also here in our Bangor Hydro, our legacy Bangor Hydro service territory. This will do a couple of things. Obviously, it's very efficient from a cost perspective. It also provides us, as the operator of the system, critical data that we need, for example, while restoring storms. We can actually not just look at circuits and understand what circuits might be up or down during storm restoration, but we can actually look at individual services and understand what customers are still remaining out and how quickly we are proceeding apace with restoration. So being able to roll trucks to the right areas more quickly, and being able to understand in real time the status of our system down to individual meters will be a huge benefit for us and for our customers. I know one of the questions we got was around fleet electrification, and it's something we are actually moving very aggressively. So we are, and consistent with our parent company, NMAX, we are both moving very aggressively to turn our fleet over to electric vehicles. We are looking to begin next year with replacing a lot of our light duty vehicles and moving into medium duty vehicles within a year or two. Still waiting to see the technology on the heavier duty vehicles, especially the big line trucks and some of the other things. There are options out there today. My gut sense is that we don't want to be the purchaser of serial number one. But we want to make sure that when our folks are out in the middle of the night up in northern Maine restoring power, that they've got a truck that they can rely on. But I don't think that's terribly far away. But you will see us within a year having a significant amount of light duty vehicles in our fleet. And again, we're replacing those as part of our normal attrition and replacement process. We're not accelerating in terms of incurring additional costs to do that, but just being very thoughtful around ensuring we do it with pace. So challenges and opportunities. This is kind of as I begin to think about drawing the bow on some of what we've talked about, going back to that need for holistic planning. I think that's really critical, but I also think it's important that as we pursue that holistic view, that holistic planning, that we try to do so in a way that ensures that process is efficient. Number one, it's efficient, gets all the right people at the table, but can be done in an efficient way. So as I said, that we can maintain this sense of urgency, recognizing the changes that we're going to need to make, both from a generation perspective and a grid perspective, and continuing to ensure that we balance reliability and affordability. As I said, affordability is something we really do take seriously, and ensuring that we talk about beneficial electrification, ensuring that one of the benefits of that electrification of our grid and of our economy is that we do so in a way that's most cost effective for our customers. Thank you, David. I made most of these points. I think obviously making sure that we've got the legislature is moving apace and moving along some really important bills. I think it's also important that the Maine PUC kind of adapt and ensure that that regulation reflects the policy direction that we're going in as a state, and ensures that utilities are incentivized and also challenged to ensure the right customer outcomes are achieved. And I'm just trying to wrap up here so I can take questions before we get too far along. David, next slide, if you would. Some of the things that we're focused on, obviously reliable service. I mentioned affordability. Some of the things that we're looking at in our current rate case, we've got to make sure we have a very robust program around vegetation management, and ensuring that, especially given the forested rural nature of our service territory, that we have clear rights of way to limit tree contact with lines, and energy storage as well. And lastly, I know we got some questions around a couple of items, and I want to touch on them before we go to question. One is the ownership transition from Emera to ENMAX. From my perspective, and viewing it through the lens of being a Mainer and thinking about our customers and policymakers, I view the transition as being a very positive one. ENMAX is an extremely supportive owner to us. They are not in any way micromanaging us. They've made very clear to me and to the team here at Versa Power that this is a Maine company, and they expect us to manage the company and run the company with our consumers and the state of Maine in mind. And they let us get on and do that. They are also very supportive from a financial perspective. Over the next 3 years, they will inject more equity into Maine than they will take out in dividends. So ensuring that there is available capital for us to make those types of investments that we've talked about. So they've been a very, very supportive owner. I mentioned that they're very supportive of our move towards electrification of our fleet. And we will probably be partnering with ENMAX to ensure that any purchases we can make will be made with the economies of scale that a larger company can bring. One of the things that some of the folks on the COU side, Greg Sherman mentioned, is the connection with MB Power. We, of course, have been connected with MB Power for a number of years. He also mentioned, and as we see, the costs of that interconnection are increasing. And there's some discussion around potential interconnection of our northern Maine service territory with ISO New England, especially if we were to bring transmission down and to import, to get those unlock the renewable value from northern Maine. The cost structure is almost in parity between ISO New England and New Brunswick Power. And so clearly there would be potentially some benefits from a redundant connection from a reliability perspective. And so I think that's something that policymakers should look at, as whether interconnection with ISO New England is beginning to make sense. And we are obviously looking at that as well, and would be glad to assist in that analysis and understanding whether or not that's the right thing for us to do as a state. And lastly, decreasing load and beneficial electrification. Obviously, as we see a lot of this distributed generation come on the system, our load is declining, has been declining for the last couple of years, and we see it continuing to decline over the next 2 or 3 years. There's no doubt that there will be some benefit. There will be some additional load that comes on the system as we electrify the economy. But I don't know that it's going to get us all the way back to where we were from a load perspective. But I think it will certainly help. So in closing, I think I would just like to say, number one is we are very supportive of the policy goals that you are pursuing as a committee, and look forward to doing everything we can as a trusted partner to help that journey along.
Great. Thank you very much. And David, if you could take us back to the panel view, if possible, and that will allow me to see questions. For those people new to the committee, occasionally we have visitors who join us in the committee. So my dog Skeet has joined us, and that will happen with other members too. They will have their pets join. So it's no reflection on our interest in the subject matter. So thank you, John. That was very good. I'm going to open it up and see what questions members of the committee have at this point. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Flynn, for being here today. I have 2 quick questions, if I could. First of all, the connection you mentioned to ISO New England, would that actually also technically be a connection with CMP? I mean, through their grid?
Electrically, it would likely be a connection through CMP, but it would be, the value obviously would be for us, would be potentially, would be the reliability, redundancy, and the fuel security that would provide us and give us, anytime you can have more redundant connections, the better off you are from a reliability perspective.
Right. And my second question, when we heard from COUs earlier this morning, they mentioned one of their concerns with energy billing is passing some of the costs on to their customers that are actually credits for the customers who have net energy generation. I'm wondering if you could touch on that for Versant. Obviously, it's a much larger customer base and the effect is smaller on each customer, but it's still there. You also have, I think, much larger amount of net energy billing that is now occurring or will in the future. So I was wondering if you could touch on that a bit, and maybe if not today, at some point, we could get an idea of what Versant would see as a possible more equitable way to offer those credits while still, or a more fair way, I think is one of the COU representatives mentioned of that billing process for all ratepayers.
Sure. And yeah, no, that is absolutely a concern. And this has been seen around the country, right? It's a lot of times a lot of folks put rooftop solar on, they reduce their load, they're getting reimbursed potentially at the full cost of service and not just at the generation rate. And that does result in a cost shift to other customers. And unfortunately, those costs typically land on the backs of customers who can't necessarily afford it. And from my perspective, it really comes down to, 3 or 4 different things that you can do. And I think the committee is considering all of these, which is to step back and reevaluate what was really trying to be accomplished with net billing. I think a stratification of the types of resources that are eligible for that net energy billing is one thing that can be done, i.e. if it's on the rooftop of my house, it's eligible for some level of net energy billing, and that makes perfect sense. If it's a grid scale facility that's being built by an out-of-state developer, it shouldn't be eligible for the same reimbursement paradigm or reimbursement framework. I also think, as one of the consumer-owned folks mentioned this morning, and rightly so, just because I have rooftop solar or have solar on my rooftop doesn't mean I'm not using the system, the distribution and transmission system, and doesn't mean I shouldn't pay some fair amount for the redundancy that provides me and the value that provides me. Obviously not necessarily the full rate, but what I should be getting a credit for is the generation component of the rate that I'm avoiding by generating on my rooftop. So I think it's looking at the incentives we're trying to provide to those folks who are helping us in our decarbonization journey, and ensuring that they're still making some contribution, some reasonable contribution to the grid from a capacity perspective, and also ensuring that we feel like we're providing those benefits to the right class of customers. I think that's the most important thing. And then to me, doing that mitigates substantially the cost shift. And I still am concerned about the cost shift, but I think it is, if done correctly, it is one of the costs that we need to incur, and hopefully the benefits accrue at least in equal as we head towards a decarbonized future.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster? Great. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you for being here and this presentation. I do have a few different questions, but I can intersperse them with other committee members. The first one, as the numbers gal of the committee apparently, would love to see some updated graphs that include your 2021 rates, because I think it tells a little bit of a different story. When I look at the PUC's website, I see the main public district went from 7.6 to 9.1 cents, and Bangor Hydro, where I live, 10.0 to 10.8 in 2021. So what looks like a pretty flat rate situation in your charts doesn't feel that way to those of us that live here in the year 2021. So if you could update those graphs and send them along, would love that for the record.
Sure.
You mentioned when we were looking at those slides about a study from Concentric, rates, something about efficiency. I'm sorry, I kind of missed it. I think you said that you were in the lowest 10% of rates in New England. Did you look at the whole country? One thing I really worry about when you mentioned decreasing load is that we're actually competing for industry, not not just with Maine, not just with New England, we're competing in the whole country. We have Georgia, for instance, has very low rates. They have an excellent timber industry. That's something that's really important in this region of Maine. So I'm wondering if you could get back to us with how we compare with our more our actual competition. You know, if a mill is thinking about relocating, do they want to come to Maine if the rates are so much higher than Georgia or the Pacific Northwest, for instance? So there's a lot of thoughts, some question in there, and you don't have to have an answer right now, but I would like to.
No, that's fine. I think it's also, as we think about that analysis, Representative Grabowski, I think we'll have to make sure that we are kind of unpacking a little bit what the right rate classes to ensure that, like, for example, if you look at a mill in Georgia potentially relocating to Maine, that we would look in a more granular way at making sure we provided you the right rate classes. But that's absolutely something we can do.
Anything else?
You mentioned, I think, something about efficiency when you were looking at those slides about rates, but I just totally missed what that was, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Don't remember. What we did clearly is we picked New England as a sample, just to kind of show most of in New England, we're obviously part of the same ISO. There's fairly consistent regulation. We're all deregulated companies, and that is certainly something that impacts rates as well. Companies that are deregulated versus those that where they're still vertically integrated. But we thought it was a reasonable sample size. But as you said, we'll provide you a broader sample size, most definitely.
So did you not consider Vermont, which is still regulated, in that analysis, or?
I believe Vermont was in there. I don't have it in front of me, but I believe Vermont was in there. I mean, Green Mountain Power is certainly a company we look to a great deal for some of the innovative things that they've done to model after them.
Anything else, Representative Grabowski?
I'll pause and see if anyone else has other questions.
Is there anybody else who has a question? Representative Barry.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation today and a little time with the Versant team. Tim, congratulations on whatever's next for you, and congratulations to you, Ariel, for taking on that new role. We have real challenges here in Maine. We, over the last 5-year period, have the worst reliability in the nation, bar none. We have the 11th highest rates. And we have 2 utilities that rank at the very bottom with respect to customer satisfaction. And those are really the only 3 metrics that I care about. If we're going to electrify, if we're going to, address our climate crisis and plug in our whole economy to the grid, we need to have a utility that is truly a partner, not just saying that it's a partner, but actually being a partner. And I think, you have your work cut out for you. I recognize that the city of Calgary is a new owner, and I want to give the city of Calgary a chance to prove itself. So please understand that I welcome that chance. But I do really want to convey the urgency here. We've seen some screen shares. I'm just going to quickly share one thing, which is the 2020 residential customer satisfaction based on the J.D. Power survey results, which in the past have been really touted to me by the CEOs of Maine utilities. And I know that you're aware of these, but if you put together the J.D. Power survey results for customer satisfaction in 2020 nationally, and you include all large and all mid-sized utilities, these are the top utilities here in terms of their customer satisfaction. You can see that the vast majority of these large and mid-size are co-ops or munis across the country. And I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom of the list. There are 147 large utilities that are ranked here. And I think we're all aware of which utility is at the very bottom of that list. Versant is not far away. Versant is the 3rd worst, according to customer satisfaction, with 689 points on average. This is a range it's 1,000-point scale. The range of best to worst is 634 to 826. And the median score is 756. So right now, Versant is at 689. I am concerned that the request for a 25.4% rate hike might not help with customer satisfaction. But I think, obviously customer service and customer satisfaction are about more than rates and reliability. It's also your responsiveness to customer, accuracy of billing, and so on. So I just want to ask if you can respond to that. Let us know if you're aware of that issue with customer satisfaction and how you're addressing it.
No, thank you for the question. I think those are fair points. I think we are very aware of the J.D. Power survey, and it's something that we have actually spoken with as a management team and as a board to ensure that we're taking steps to address it. And I think back to the acquisition by NMAX in March of 2020, there were a number of very aggressive reliability and customer service metrics that were set by the commission. And I am very proud of the team. I won't take any credit for it. I wasn't here, but very proud of the team that all those metrics were exceeded in 2020. But obviously we have continued progress to make. We did exceed all of the reliability goals, but I won't sit here today and tell you that there aren't parts of our service territory where we know where reliability is not where we want it to be. And we are making investments as part of the rate case and as part of our ongoing capital program to ensure that we address those areas. And we are very focused on our customer service. And to your point, Representative Berry, I think you're spot on. I can sit here and tell you all day long that we are a trusted partner to policymakers and to our customers, but unless we demonstrate it every day in the things we do, it doesn't mean anything. And so I think I would ask just that you trust us and give us that opportunity, as you said, to demonstrate that we in fact are that trusted partner. And I can assure you that going forward, we will be.
Great. Other questions from the committee? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you. This question, I think, relates in terms of being a partner. You spoke for quite a while about planning, about location being important, and that partnership, that working together. I'm curious, where does Versant see itself in that? Is that work that you will do in isolation? Is it work that you do with the PUC? What is the communication to developers? And I think this is something this committee is struggling with a lot, is that we have goals. We need to plan to meet those goals, but I personally am not clear on who's going to be leading that charge. And it seems like you're very interested in this topic. So I wonder if you could speculate on how you think this planning should be done.
As we've looked in around the country for kind of models to follow, there are some states that are beginning to either give their public service commission, public utility commissions some authority around being kind of the shepherd of that planning process. I think that's one way that it could be done. But for the most part, they're fairly nascent conversations in the sense that other legislators, and the legislatures rather, are wrestling with some of the same issues that you're thinking about. Obviously, I talked about we need to be an innovator, and one of the things we need to make sure we're doing is investing in our system in a strategic way. And so we do think about it a lot. We think about, okay, we've had a policy shift. We've got a lot of renewable energy coming onto our system. How do we respond in the most strategic and efficient way? But I think that conversation needs to be broader, and that's kind of where we are. And so I think it starts with, I believe that the commission is looking at something to kind of kickstart that process, and how would that work? But I think it's a combination of you as policymakers, the commission, the governor's energy office, the utilities, the consumer owns, and others getting together and say, what does that process look like? And I think it really needs to be outcome focused. If I think back to prior to deregulation, the outcomes were clear, transparent direction from a policy perspective around where we were going, what kind of generation were we going to build, where were we going to build it, what was the transmission and distribution system going to look like to support delivery of that energy in the most efficient way. And I think if we work towards creating a planning paradigm that is focused on those same beneficial outcomes. I mean, I know there's some conversation around, can you put the toothpaste back in the tube and kind of re-regulate what was deregulated? I think you can actually accomplish it by just focusing on the outcomes, the benefits that planning process provided, and beginning to move back in that direction. As to who's responsible for it, Representative Grabowski, probably above my pay grade. I just don't know who's the right body. It may be a new body. It may be a public service commission or another creature of the legislature.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Flynn, I think this question will be for you. We spoke with the Consumer and Utilities a lot about governance and their sort of, decision-making process. And I understand that Versant is owned by a U.S. Another U.S. holding company. Is that right? They're sort of an intermediary company between the city of Calgary and NMAX. And is it NMAX US? Can you just explain that, the tiers for us?
There is a holding company in the US. Yeah, there is a holding company in the US, but we, from a governance perspective, we have our own separate Versant Power board. And with I think 4 or 5 of us from management, both the Versant Power management and NMAX management, and then 4 independent directors, 3 of whom are residents of the state of Maine.
Great. And those, what's the average compensation for those board members for Versant here? For the Versant board, we'll start with that one.
My understanding is we don't disclose that information. However, I did ask him. I thought we might get that question. We can provide that through the PSPUC in a way that's properly redacted. And the reason it's protected is obviously from a competitiveness perspective. But what I can tell you, Representative Barry, is that when we did a board compensation study some time ago, we did benchmarking against similarly sized small companies to ensure that we were competitive, but not overly compensatory.
Thank you. And decision making at that level for that board, is that public? And can the public attend those board meetings?
They are not public meetings. No, they're not. Much like other private companies in Maine, we are incorporated in Maine, so we follow governance that's consistent with other private companies in Maine.
Thank you. And just very briefly, if we could trace it up the chain. So then Versant is owned by, is it NMAX US, the holding company?
Correct. Which is a wholly owned
does
subsidiary of the city of Calgary, of NMAX.
So does NMAX US have its own board?
It does not.
Okay.
It has a governance board. It has a governance board. I'll restate that. It has a governance board that functions only on the most rote types of governance issues, resolutions and so forth. But in terms of being a governing board, that board does not play a role in the governance of Versant Power.
I assume those meetings are not public either. Is that correct?
They are not public.
Okay. And then
Yes.
just the next level up, NMAX itself in Calgary owns that holding company. Those board members elected or appointed, compensated at what level, and are the meetings public?
The board meetings are not public. The NMAX board is a mix of officials from the city of Calgary, from management of NMAX, and there are, I believe, 4 or 5 independent members. And I am not aware of their compensation, but I do not believe it's disclosed. But I can get back to you on that. It may be just given their ownership structure that's different because they are municipally owned.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you. One last question. I just am hoping somebody can remember. I lived through the sale as an intervener and was very familiar with the stipulation agreement at the time, but I could always use a refresher because it feels like 10 years ago now. Everything pre-COVID feels like a decade ago to me.
I agree.
I was questioning, you mentioned that there's a period of time, the next 3 years or so, in which Versant is injecting more equity than it is removing in dividends. And additionally, you just mentioned there are 3 board members from Maine. I believe both of those things are required by the stipulation of the sale, but if somebody could refresh my thinking on that, I'd appreciate it.
I believe the board structure was required by the sale. I'm not representative. I'm not sure about the balance of equity injection versus dividend. I know there were some financial things specified, but I can take that as kind of an oral request and make sure that we get back to you on that.
Thanks, I appreciate it, because those documents are somewhere deep in my computer, and you might get out.
They're somewhere deep in my file folder behind me too, but I can't lay my hands on them right now. So
thank you.
Great. Any other questions?
My pleasure.
Great. Thank you, John, and the rest of you for coming. I found this very interesting. I was particularly interested, John, in your talk about holistic management of the electric system. And that's an idea, I think, that a lot of members are kind of exploring how to get to an overall view of doing that type of thing. So any of your ideas and any of your thoughts? I thought Nicole's question about what's the vehicle to do this? Is it a government agency? Is it a board? Is it something to plan? I think that's something we need to give thoughts to. So feel free to share your ideas along the way, because I think that's going to be part of a lot of our discussion over the next period of time. Great.
We most certainly will, Senator. Thank you.
We will say so long to you, and I'm sure we'll see you guys again. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, now we will go on to Central Maine Power, and we are running a little bit behind schedule. We're about 40 minutes behind, but my plan is today is to complete the four subject matters before we break for lunch. So we'll probably go right up through to 12:30 or 1 o'clock if we have to get those four done, then break, then come back to the others. So we have joining us from CMP. I am looking to see who we have on. So I see David Flanagan and Eric Stiniford and Linda Ball. I apologize for looking at you all, but I have to read your names off the screen. Carrie Terrio joining us. So I'll turn it over to David Flanagan. You have a sense of kind of what we're looking for, just an overall, how's the company doing? What's the challenges? What things do we need to know about that may not come out in individual bills about where we are in the electric industry in Maine today. So David, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Senator, thank you very much. I think that's a great idea. And we're appreciative of the opportunity to give a little bit of an update on CMP. And also I have to say it was great to have the opportunity to hear the thoughts of the people from the consumer companies and Bangor Versant as well. I think there was a remarkable degree of commonality in our thoughts about the concerns and challenges that we face going forward. And I hope it's helpful to the committee in its work. And certainly I want to say that I personally and the members of my team here in Maine are more than happy to meet with any members of the committee individually or collectively anytime to discuss any issues. I thought I'd start out by saying that I've been here for just over a year, fun-filled year, and we've made a lot of progress in that time, especially in customer service, in grid resilience, in storm restoration. And we also have made a commitment to support the state's renewable energy goals. Although I want to stress here at the outset, 25 years after we were the deregulation and the split up of the generation from distribution, 25 years later, a lot of people, including some policymakers, still think that we have some control over what kind of generation we have and where it's located, what its size is, and what the incentives are and compensation are for that. We do not. That is not part of our mandate. And people who think we should change systems in order to have green renewable power, they're looking at the wrong folks. They should be looking at generators and how we regulate generators for that. So progress on customer service, progress on resilience, commitment to the state's renewable goals, and the way we can help is by having as strong and smart a grid as possible. And also, as both the COUs and Versant said, is keeping an eye on cost. We're proud to say that we are the lowest cost IOU in New England and New York. I think it's a true challenge to maintain that status. Now, I know Representative Grahowski said, well, what about the rest of the country? Different regions of the country find themselves in different circumstances, both in terms of public policy and resources available. So that, for example, we're cheaper than any other company in New York, but Pennsylvania is cheaper because they rely largely on fracking gas plants to provide their power. Not a policy choice that we would make today here in Maine, I suspect. Other parts of the country are rich in coal. States like Nebraska are very coal dependent, very cheap source of power at this point. Others are very hydro rich, and that has an impact on prices. But for the region where we're located, the circumstances we're under, we're the lowest cost. We're also very proud of being a conscientious, well-paying employer of nearly 1,000 people here in Maine, and people that we work with daily and respect greatly as part of our overall corporate responsibility. And we're also very committed to the communities that we serve. And we have made, out of shareholder money, significant contributions to try to offset and mitigate some of the terrible hardships from the COVID pandemic that we've had. Now, the second point I want to make is that while we have made progress and made a huge commitment to bringing distributed generation online, I'm sure the committee understands that Maine has made an incredible commitment to renewable power. We had 650 applications this year, in the last year, for new distributed generation projects. This is by far multiples over any, and as John Flynn pointed out, it's superimposed on a grid that was built for a totally different design over the last 100 years and has major changes that have to be made in order to accommodate this gold rush of new power that's come in. And we know we're not perfect. We know that we were excessively conservative in our initial cost estimate for what it was going to take to interconnect. But also, one of the advantages of an IOU is that we're able to respond fast and flexibly and put a team of people on to get those prices down and get a design in place that maybe not ideal, but practical and cost affordable. And we are working very hard to catch up on getting as much distributed generation online as fast as we can under these tremendously challenging circumstances. Another area where we made a lot of progress, and my colleague Linda Ball, our Vice President for Customer Service, will talk about this, is on the accuracy and timeliness of our billing. As I said, we're not perfect. And back in 2017, we did have some difficulties. But we've made, again, a concerted effort to overcome that. And we've got an amazing record of progress in the last year. Our bills are now 99.83% accurate and timely, for 636,000 customers. It's a huge improvement, and one that we think is indispensable to what a good utility should do. And to back it up, we put our own money, our shareholder money, where our mouth is, and instituted a customer service guarantee that we will be on time and we will be accurate, or else we'll not only make up the difference of any inaccuracy, but also credit bills with $25 for any error that we make. So progress in customer service, progress in resilience, progress in reliability, commitment to environmental and renewable power, and trying to be a good employer and a good citizen. So that's what we've done in the last year. What are we doing in the future? We believe, as some of the other speakers said, that we're at a transformational point in the development of electrical energy, both here in Maine and in the United States in general. I think President Biden in the last couple of weeks has made some important pronouncements on this. I think Governor Mills has been a national leader in this, and I think we're very excited about the prospects for transportation, home heating, and even some industrial processes being converted to electricity if we keep the costs under control and managed, and which is part of both our responsibility and your responsibility. I noticed that one member of the committee mentioned that the COUs charge less per kilowatt hour than the IOUs do. And to a large extent, that's a result of public policy. You heard the COUs say that if they had to do net energy billing, if they had to take on long-term distributed generation contracts, then they would be in a very difficult position in terms of managing their costs. We have not only those considerations, but also we're the largest taxpayer in the state of Maine. And that's a factor that is a major contributor to that differential in prices. So keeping costs under control is important. The other thing that's important is creating a smarter grid and an expanded grid. Some people have observed that in order to achieve the state's energy goals, we need to expand our grid by 3 or 4 times its current size. This is going to require a lot of collaborative planning between the state, the PUC, and the utilities and customers. And it's a process that we need to get underway. I think the new PUC investigation on where we should go with renewables is going to be very important. And the factors that John Flynn mentioned about location and size and operating characteristics should be part of the mandate for future projects to try to optimize the costs of these new developments. But we're going beyond just planning there. We have now got a task force working internally on assessing Maine's future PV potential and how we can best address that. We are putting in place next year a new automated transmission dispatch system that will give us greater visibility and quicker restoration. We've made a major commitment to cyber defense against attacks by hostile forces. We are meeting our planning, investment, design, and construction responsibilities in order to make the grid as safe and reliable as possible in serving this new, cleaner, green power. So that's a general overview of the issues that we see. But I'm happy to be joined here by my colleagues, Linda Ball, Vice President for Customer Services, Carrie Terrio, who's our Director of Electric Operations. She's the one who gets the power back on as fast as possible after a storm. And Eric Stiniford, who is responsible for our regulatory and financial affairs and distributed generation management, among a million other things. We have a great team of people here in Maine. I'm very proud to be associated with them. And I'm glad to introduce you to Linda Ball to talk about some more specifics of what we're doing in customer service.
Thanks very much, David, and thank you to the committee for having us here today. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our billing and metering accuracy and our customer service processes. What I'd like to talk about on this slide is the quality of service being provided to Maine customers by our company, and largely in the context of the service quality indicators that were adopted by the Maine Public Utilities Commission in the context of our 2018 rate case. The metrics really determine whether or not we're answering calls quickly enough when customers call us, whether or not customers are able to reach us when they try to call us and not getting a busy signal or unable to get through on our phone lines, whether or not our bills are accurate and delivered on time, which means if you're normally billed around the first of the month, your bill should go out around the first of the month and there shouldn't be a lengthy delay. And also the number of estimated bills, which is reflecting whether or not we're using the meter reads that we're getting in the field, as well as whether or not we're actually getting those meter reads. What I'm happy to report is that after the first 13 months of the metric, they started on March 1st of 2020, we are successfully meeting every measure and exceeding our targets. Most importantly, I think, is the billing accuracy measure. That certainly was a concern through the billing and metering investigation. And as David said, we are billing 99.83% of our customers over the past 13 months on time and accurately. When we aren't on time or we're not accurate, we're applying a $25 customer service guarantee. That is without the customer ever noticing perhaps that their bill was delayed or corrected. And that really is to put our money where our mouth is and say that we are committed to doing this right. We're still missing 0.17% of customers that are either late or need a correction for some reason. And there's a very consistent effort to keep driving that number down, but we are well within the metric that's considered quality customer service by the Maine Public Utilities Commission. Another note is that we have hired a chief compliance officer here. Her name is Lisa, and her job is really to introduce herself into every context that touches customers and ensure that everything we're doing is compliant with all the Maine Public Utility Commission rules. and to audit periodically to make sure that's true. Thanks, Eric. Now I'm ready for the next slide. The first metric, percent of calls answered within 30 seconds. The mandate is to answer 80% of calls within 30 seconds. And since March 1st of 2020, in fact, we've answered 86.8% of calls within that threshold. You will see a couple of misses on the chart. In April of 2020, you'll see we achieved 78.47%. If you think back, that was the first real month post-COVID. And we did have some significant challenges with people being out or being quarantined or dealing with daycare or other issues when the state essentially stopped going to work on a regular basis. So we had a little bit of trouble that month and just barely missed it. And then in December of 2020, you see another miss at 74.05%. That was a month of 3 pretty significant storms. We had some very severe weather. November 30th to December 2nd, we had 130,000 customers out of power. Over Christmas, we had 32,000 customers out of power. And from December 5th to December 9th, we had 233,000 customers. We answer all of those calls here in the contact center in Augusta. And to the best of our ability, we also answer business calls. We have an exclusion on this metric for significant storm days, but the reality is that's usually only the first day of a major storm, the first business day. And then days after that, if there's customers still out of power, we are balancing the needs for outage calls and customer service calls. So we do sometimes have a slightly lower service level. But overall, at the end of the 13 months, we are well above that metric. Call abandonment rate, the next metric, our goal is to be less than 7%. And we're actually at 3.9% right now from March 1st forward. The one big miss you see here from March of 2020 was a significant transmission outage. It was only 10 minutes long, but there were several thousand customers who lost power all at the same time and all tried to call us at once, which just overwhelmed the phone lines because we weren't ready to take the usual mitigation steps to manage the volume. So you see a miss in that month. And then the December of 2020, a slight miss. And again, that was due to the storm activities that month. The next slide, Eric. Estimated bills. Our goal is to estimate less than 1% of our bills. And that doesn't include customers who don't have AMI meters. So what you'll see is that we are consistently reading the vast majority of our meters and using those reads for billing. The bumps you see in June and July are due to some impacts as tree growth happens for AMI communications, and some of those meter reads just can't get back to us. But there was a lot of work done in the OT department to mitigate that and to work on the algorithms. And you can see the significant improvement in August of 2020 and very steady performance since then. That metric, the number's not on the chart, but it's at 0.64% right now through the end of March of 21. And the last metric, and probably arguably the most important one, is the bill error rate. Our challenge is to bill less than 0.4% of customers either 10 days beyond their expected date or with an incorrect amount due. To date, we are at 99.83% of customers being billed on time and accurately. The bump that you see in July of 2020 was a communications issue from IT to the bill print system, and bills didn't get printed as expected. They didn't print until about the 12th day. So we applied customer service guarantees and we canceled and rebilled those customers so that they'd have the appropriate due dates. But other than that, we very consistently are making and far exceeding this metric. And even so, with the small numbers, I'll say nobody in the billing department is resting confidently on 0.13% of customers getting an incorrect bill. The goal is to get to 0. And there's a lot of work that goes on that every single day. So those are the metrics. I'm pretty proud of the work that the team has done. I'm very proud of the customer service that we're providing to Maine customers. And if there are any questions, I can certainly take them now or at the end of the presentation.
Good. We're going to save We're going to save the questions to the end, and I do want to kind of finish up in about 15 minutes. So Carrie, I'd ask if you could kind of go through quickly, because I think there will be some questions that people want to ask and want some follow-up information. Carrie?
Well, yep, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity, so thank you to the committee. This morning, I'll highlight our power reliability strategies, staffing, and investments, and I will not read every slide. I will try to go through this quickly. In 2020, we invested approximately $225 million into our reliability programs. Some of those programs are automation. Automation allows us to enable remote and centralized grid observation from our energy control center. What that means for our customers is it reduces our outage duration, and our costs are reduced for response. As we know, animals are quite prevalent in the state, squirrels especially, and they cause 20% of our outages annually. We have initiated an animal guard program. We started in 2020. To date, we've installed 15,000 animal guards with a plan to install an additional 80,000 through 2023 at a cost of $18 million for that program. I'm going to go to the next slide. Vegetation management, we are under a 5-year cycle for trim, and we are currently in the 3rd cycle for that trim. We have an approved trimming zone of 15 feet above our conductors with 8 feet next to them. And our plan for 2021 is to trim 5,100 miles at a cost of $26 million. In addition, we work very closely with vegetation management to identify areas where there's hazard trees and get those addressed immediately. As part of our resiliency pilot program in Jackman, we have done upgrade to our conductors. We've completed 8 miles currently, and we have another 12.6 that we anticipate to be conducted by July 2021. We've installed tree wire, which is the covered tree wire that helps us with tree contact and more durable poles. We've conducted ground to sky tree trimming, and we've also done a lot of automation and installation of reclosers in the Jackman area to help manage numbers impacted by outages. In 2021 and 22, it's our plan to upgrade another 7 miles of conductor wire along Greenville Road in the Moosehead Lake area. We've also done some resiliency in Livermore, where we're increasing voltage on a critical circuit, and we'll complete new line installation that will establish redundancy, which will also help us in the event of an outage. Lastly, I'd like to touch on our staffing agreement at Central Maine Power. In 2014, we entered into a staffing agreement with the union, which states that we will maintain a minimum level of union staffing at the company. We've committed to meeting those requirements, and we exceeded those requirements in 2020. We added 69 union positions in between 2019 and 2020. Those 69 positions exceed the union staffing agreement by 31 positions in 2020. We also added an additional 17 positions throughout the company to help manage resources and provide better customer service. That would be it for me. I'm going to pass it to Eric Steniford. Thank you.
Eric, why don't you go ahead? Are you there, Eric?
I am, Senator. It just took me a moment to get unmuted.
That's okay.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'll try to be brief. I know we're on a tight schedule. One of the topics that I know the committee was interested in discussing was our corporate management structure. We believe CMP is fortunate to be a member company of Avangrid. Avangrid is a large multi-state company that includes both a division for the development of renewable generation, as well as its networks division, which encompasses the 8 electric and gas utilities in the Northeast. That structure and that holding company structure with a shared service organization within it has been extremely beneficial for CMP and for CMP's customers. It allows us to capitalize on the economies of scale that come with a large utility. We don't have a separate CMP, accounting, finance, treasury, payroll, human resources, or IT organizations as examples. We share those organizations with a larger group of companies, which is extremely beneficial from a cost perspective. In 2008, we did an initial assessment of how much less that cost than if we were to provide those services on a standalone basis, and it was in excess of $20 million back then. Those shared services have expanded significantly since then, and the savings are, we estimate at least twice that today. It also, this structure allows us to have a very flexible sharing of knowledge and industry best practices across a much larger organization, including access to global expertise through our majority shareholder, Iberdrola. In a time when we are seeing such a transformational change in our business, this is invaluable to have access to that expertise across a much larger organization. It also provides us access to capital. As David and I can recall from our early days at CMP, if we spent $40 million in capital in a year, it was a huge year. Today, we are spending between $200 and $300 million every year, and over $3 billion over the last 10 years. And that capital is coming at very attractive rates relative to the industry because of the size and strength of this large organization. Of course, that structure of being part of a large utility organization does have to be balanced with ensuring that we do have that local autonomy and local control to ensure that we are in tune with the needs and desires of our customers, our regulators, legislators, and other stakeholders. We think we strike that balance very well. As David has pointed out, we do have executive level representation here in Maine that is focused solely on Maine customers' interests. And these are just some of the areas we have represented here today. We want to talk briefly about distributed generation. I won't dwell on this for a lot because it's been discussed extensively already, but as has been said, our system was designed over 100 years ago with power flowing from left to right on this picture that you see, from large generating plants down to the customer. We are now, thanks in large part to policies that have been implemented by this committee, seeing a rapid transformation where we now need to have a grid that is flexible enough to flow power from right to left on this graph, this picture, where we have significant investment in distributed generation resources on our distribution network, and at times that power flow will go in the opposite direction and flow back up onto the transmission network. Just to throw some numbers behind this, over the last 2 years, we've had over 2,500 distributed generation interconnection requests under the PUC's state jurisdictional interconnection rules. The vast majority of those are small solar installations, rooftop installations. We get about 800 or 900 of those a year, but we've also had over 600, close to 650 applications filed for larger projects in the 2 to 5 megawatt range. We currently have 500 of those that are active and working their way through the interconnection process. And each one of those projects has to be extensively studied, analyzed to ensure that they can be safely and reliably interconnected to the system without creating any adverse impacts either on our system or on the regional transmission network. This just graphically shows a picture of what we have faced in the last 2 years. This is the run-up in these large, predominantly solar installations, applications that we have received beginning here in July, August of 2019, and it has just been a steady increase ever since. It has plateaued a little bit here in recent history, as we've discussed with this committee in the last couple of weeks. Some of that is because of legislation that is pending, I think, and concerns about where net energy billing, for example, may be headed. And most of this David has covered, but in the wave of activity that we've seen, we didn't sit back passively. We have been taking aggressive active steps to accommodate this surge in interest in interconnection, assembling a dedicated team of over 100 people now, both employees and external contractors. We have an executive level steering committee that oversees that activity. David and I are both members of that group. We've restructured our internal groups that help administer this process. We have spent a lot of time and effort in putting together a robust, transparent outreach program where we're communicating the progress of these interconnection activities to individual developers, to the Public Utilities Commission, and other interested stakeholders, doing that through a series of different platforms. And lastly, as David indicated, we are conducting a high-level study of the CMP network to evaluate what would it take, how much more capability can we accept in terms of distributed solar capacity on our system? What are the impediments to further deployments? And what should we be looking at in terms of grid investments going forward to try to accommodate even higher values? So a lot of activity.
Great, Eric. I'm going to ask you to, I think that's it.
That is it.
That'll give us some time for questions. So if we could go back over to panel view. And then people on the committee who have questions for the people from CMP, go right ahead and raise your hands. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, for being with us here today. This isn't so much a question as I just want to clarify for our colleagues, and if anyone from CMP wants to clarify on what I have to say, they're welcome to. But there was some confusion in the beginning regarding rates nationally. Mr. Flanagan compared our rates here in Maine to places where there's natural gas fracking or coal, but the analysis I'm really interested in is the portion of the rates for which CMP, Versant, or our COUs are responsible for, which is transmission distribution. That is separate from supply. If somebody has low rates because they are buying coal, coal is part of supply, not T&D. So I just want to clarify that for members. Additionally, there was a statement made that some of the policy choices affect rates differences between IOUs and COUs. That's, I'm sure, true. But in terms of long-term contracts, again, that comes in under supply costs because it is wind energy, for instance, solar energy. I don't believe that comes in under T&D costs. I don't understand how that would be possible, but if it is, then I would like to understand that better.
So maybe it might be helpful to get us some figures on comparison of T&D costs over that region.
Yeah, it is a challenge. As David pointed out, not all states have restructured and deregulated the supply side of the bill. So not all utilities have available information that divides their billing rates in that way, which makes those types of comparisons challenging, which is why we typically will do those comparisons against other restructured utilities. With respect to your other point, Representative Grochowski, the long-term contracts that Maine utilities do sign under either 3210C, 3210G, or the other provisions in law under which the PUC can order utilities into contracts, those are reflected in our delivery rates. They flow through what we call stranded costs. So they're not on the supply side of the bill, they're in the T&D's regulated rates.
Thank you for clarifying that. And just so everyone is clear, and I appreciate understanding that, when I have analyzed the cost differences, I don't look at stranded rates. I just look at the first line in those PUC charts, which is the T&D cents per kilowatt hour, because stranded rates are separate from those. So I just want to clarify that with you all, that when I'm looking at that, I'm not looking at your stranded rates.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Berry.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to that, for anyone, maybe Eric, the states that have not restructured, leaving them out of the comparison is really deceptive because, and I mean that respectfully, but the states that restructured did so because they had high costs, because they were driven by those high costs to take this very bold on action 20 years ago, as you know. So I think it's really unfair not to, to create some kind of comparison, some kind of yardstick that lets us look nationally without cherry picking. Let me just ask it a different way. T&D costs for Central Maine Power customers are more than half of the bill. So in other words, the CMP portion of our bill is more than half of our bill. It has been for some time. Do you think that that's true of other utilities? Generally speaking, that roughly half, it's more than half in your case, but you think roughly half might be approximately right nationally? And you do own other utilities as well, so or Avangrid does. So perhaps you can help us with that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is a function of rate design. The numbers that you're quoting are specifically with respect to residential rates.
Correct.
Maine has taken probably a much more aggressive stance in allocating rates in rate design based on marginal costs. What that means is that residential customers pay far more in delivery rates than commercial customers than do industrial customers. Not all states have allocated their costs that way in utility rates. The result of that is, yes, we probably have, relative to the norm, slightly higher residential delivery rates, but far lower industrial delivery rates, because our industrial customers pay predominantly only transmission costs and no distribution costs. So it makes those types of comparisons very difficult to make inferences. You have to review the data in that context.
Thank you.
Let me just add, because I have the advantage, as Eric does, of having been around 25 years ago. The reason for restructuring was because of the high cost of the PURPA contracts that were forced onto us, and then, to Representative Grahowski's point, were converted into stranded costs. And it was made clear to us that if we didn't split generation from distribution, then we were not going to recover much or all of that stranded cost, which would have had to be absorbed by customers. So yeah, it wasn't that Maine's costs were relatively higher compared to other states. It was because we had a policy, the PURPA policy, that resulted in a higher than market cost of generation that led to a sequence of restructuring decisions that have led to both the advantages and disadvantages of the current system.
Okay, well, Mr. Flanagan, we can disagree about, whether it was PURPA or high rates in certain parts of the country that led to restructuring in certain areas. But my question, which I think still it hasn't been answered, is just whether roughly half of the bill is a reasonable ballpark. You're members of the Edison Institute, the Edison Electric Institute nationally, and I guess I'm just curious to think, what do you suppose the median is? Do you think it's about half? Do you think it's 60-40? What do you think it would be nationally?
We'll be happy to look at those national figures and share them with you. But as Eric said, it depends on the local generation costs, which are much more variable than delivery costs as a general rule.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you all very much for coming.
I guess I do have a question. Thank you. I do have a number of questions. I was hoping to allow others to speak. Firstly, I did ask some questions about corporate governance and structure, public meetings or not, compensation of board members at each level of the corporate hierarchy. So I think you understand the question. Can you just give us the briefest tour? Actually, better yet, to keep things really simple, you tell me if I'm right or not. Central Maine Power has a board. I don't think those meetings are public. I would love to hear how they're compensated and who those members are. Avangrid is the next level up in hierarchy, and I think those members are public. They receive, I believe, $200,000 a year for their attendance. Those meetings are accessible to shareholders at some level. And then Avangrid is 81.5% owned and wholly controlled under New York Stock Exchange definitions by Iberdrola, whose meetings are not public. I'd really love to see the board member structure there. I don't believe any of that those meetings are public, but correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps to shareholders. I'll stop there and let you fill in the gaps. Thank you.
Yeah, no, the only modification I'd make is that the CMP board is a management board and receives no compensation for serving in that capacity.
So it's employees of the utility, yourself, perhaps Mr. Stiniford, other senior members.
Officers, yeah.
Thank you.
Did you want to follow up with another question, Representative Berry?
Thank you. I do, Senator Lawrence. So there's been discussion about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Also, I'm sorry. I don't know what the compensation is for the Avangrid board members. I don't know.
Iberdrola?
I don't know that either.
And I would clarify as well that, as a publicly traded company, Avangrid shareholder meetings are open to public, to the shareholders, and they are subject to all SEC regulations.
Shareholder meetings, not board meetings.
Correct.
And at the Iberdrola level, since it is wholly controlled under New York Stock Exchange definitions, I think it's relevant. Those board meetings are not public, and do we know who the members are or
Iberdrola,
what compensated?
Iberdrola is not traded on the U.S. exchange. It's traded on European exchanges.
So we don't know their membership or compensation.
Their board composition and information is a matter of public record. It's available on their website.
Great, thank you. And those meetings are not public. So going on to New England transmission rates, we have talked a little bit about New England transmission rates being especially high. I'm aware that CMP has some affiliates in the Northeast, United Illuminating, Rochester Gas and Electric, and that you are able to exert some influence, as are the other utilities, with the ISO. I know that there was a great deal of investment in transmission infrastructure in 2012. It was called the Maine Power Reliability Project. Billions and billions of dollars were spent across the New England region for the purpose of reliability. We still do have the worst reliability in the country here in Maine as of the last 5-year period, and transmission rates have doubled. So can you speak to those cost drivers briefly?
Well, first of all, the outages and the reliability statistics that you're discussing are all related to distribution network. Those are not transmission outages. When we do have a transmission outage on our system, you generally don't know it because there is redundancy within the transmission network, so that if there is an outage during a storm, for example, it's not going to affect customers. So you can't correlate transmission investment with what you're seeing in terms of customer reliability metrics, other than to say that if we had not made those investments in transmission, it likely would have resulted in some large transmission outages that would have dramatically impacted reliability in a negative way. We have discussed the level of transmission investment in New England over the last decade a number of times with this committee. And as I've pointed out in the past, you're going to start to see other regions in the US catch up with that investment cycle. And in fact, it's starting to happen now in New York. New York went for decades without investing in transmission the way that New England has. And now they're facing significant investments ahead of them. And that is going to be true, I think, across the country. New England was just a little more proactive in making those investments earlier.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that that there's a need to invest. I'd like to do it at lower rates, but that leads me to my next question, actually. It was stated, Mr. Stiniford, in a slide of yours that that we have the advantage of investment capital at competitive rates. I guess I just want to beg to differ and set the record straight. The investment capital that does come in, the equity investment in the grid for CMP has ranged between 8% for distribution, which is the reason that you're working so hard to improve service quality indices. That's a very low rate, which was a penalty by the Public Utilities Commission, which you're working to recover from. And as high as 14% return on equity with respect to the main power reliability project and other investments made around that time at the transmission level. So, you may call that competitive, but our nonprofit utilities are able to borrow at 2 or 3% right now. So that's not a question, it's a statement. I'm looking to set the record straight with respect to that slide, because I don't find that to be competitive. That's 2 or 3 times the cost of capital that we, in my view, should be paying in our rates. My next question is regarding the statement.
If I could respond to that, because I'd like to set the record straight too, and a lot of the numbers that you threw out there are just factually incorrect.
Mr. Stiniford, are you receiving?
I don't want to get into a big debate over these numbers. We do have people who have been waiting for quite a bit of time to present, and we need to bring this to conclusion at 12:30. So if you have an additional question, why don't you present it, and you guys can exchange information with the committee to debate this.
I do, and I think hearing ones from each side is reasonable. We'll try not to get into too much back and forth, but the question of it was stated that CMP is the largest taxpayer in Maine. I just want to make clear to everyone that it's the customers who pay those taxes in their rates. It's a pass-through, so none of the money is coming from CMP's shareholders. And it's just very important when we hear something like that to understand where the money is coming from. It's coming out of the customers of CMP and being paid to the state. So it's essentially a pass-through. In addition, because of that structure, we also have to pay federal taxes as well, which are avoidable given other business structures.
Unfortunately, that's going to have to be the last word on the CMP presentation, because we have to give the next presentation a chance.
And Mr. Senator Lawrence, I do want to leave us with a very important question, which is that there are a number of customers, I think in the thousands, who have received disconnection notices in the past few months. A typical winter appears to be around 150,000 disconnection notices sent out in CMP's territory. Tomorrow is the day on which the winter disconnection period ends. So, Mr. Flanagan, can you tell us how many customers at present in CMP's territory are in danger of being disconnected tomorrow, or as of starting tomorrow?
We are working to minimize the number of customers in that regard and to spread out the notices. But as you heard from the COUs earlier, it's important, both from our responsibilities and the expectations of the Public Utilities Commission, that we try to get these customers into contact with agencies that can help with payment and to work with us on payment plans. We don't want to cut off anybody. We want to respect the fact that with COVID and what's happened to the economy, we have to have as liberal terms as we possibly can while still meeting our responsibilities, as both Versant and the COUs must as well.
So David, if that's a number you could get to us, that would be good. Someone on your team, that would be great. I want to thank you all for coming. And I'm sure we're going to hear further from you in various work sessions on various bills, but thank you for making the time. And Jordan, if you could promote the next group. I believe it's Michelle Carpenter and Max Kern, and we're going on to kind of a high-level 30,000 foot overview of distributed generation grid scale from concept to operational. So we are being joined by Michelle Carpenter and Matthew Kearns. And so work out between you who goes first. Just introduce yourself, who you're with, and give us a little presentation.
Perfect. So my name's Michelle Carpenter. I'm with Turning Point Energy. I'm happy to go first on the DG side, and then Matt could follow with the utility side, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And then is it possible for me to present? I did put together a couple of slides.
Yep, if you can do a screen share. If you can't, Jordan can assist you to do it.
Oh, yep. It seems like I have the option now. I didn't a second ago. All right, perfect.
We have the technology.
And apologies if I'm looking in the wrong direction. I'm just trying to get the slides set up on the right screen. Okay, great. So first, thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to present here. My goal with this presentation is really to provide an overview of the typical development process. I will caveat that with every single company looks at project development a little bit differently. So my goal is really to provide high-level overview of what the items are that go into the process, and then how developers think about them, not necessarily to say, this always happens before that, or, certain tasks happen in certain orders. So, from a high level, essentially the first stage of the solar development process is really site acquisition. Without a site, there really is no project. So this process, typically involves finding a landowner, having them be interested, a desktop site assessment, and then getting some form of site control in place with the landowner, which is typically either a lease option agreement or a purchase option agreement, depending on whether the land is going to be leased or purchased. From that point, it typically progresses into what I refer to as a site feasibility analysis. If you have an interested site, how feasible is that site? And when you're looking at it, you're trying to understand, construction feasibility, entitlement issues, wetland environmental concerns, and local and state permitting. From that point, it typically progresses into what I'm referring to as full development, which is really where the meat of our process is involved. It's when we start to significantly engage sub-consultants. It's when we really start to get into the interconnection process, the permitting process, and all of the all of the details around the project, detailed design and engineering, etc. Once a project is fully developed or very close to fully developed is typically when the project finance stage comes in. That's when you would bring in your tax equity partners, your debt partners, and really have a plan for, okay, what is the exact construction schedule, and how is this going to be procured? How's it going to be constructed? And what does that timeline look like? And from there, it really gets into the engineer, procure, and construct phase, which is when the project is brought online. So again, very generally speaking and high level, site acquisition could range roughly 3 to 6 months, site feasibility, roughly 1 to 3 months. Full development can be 3 to 12 plus months. Permitting and interconnection are really the items that tend to lag there, depending on how long the timelines are for those two aspects. Project finance, typically about 2 to 6 months, and then engineering, procurement, and construction can be 6 to 12 months plus. One thing that is worth understanding here is that, generally speaking, there's a lot more projects that start in the site acquisition phase than end up making it through the end. Projects generally either progress and more money is spent, or they encounter some fatal flaw and the project is abandoned. And that's really why, developers are typically looking for more sites up front than they actually end up bringing to full development. One thing worth noting here is, in full development, if you look at the interconnection and net energy billing queues, I think there's roughly a gigawatt or 1,000 megawatts of projects in net energy billing. That would roughly translate, assuming, you know, a $200,000 development cost if those projects were fully developed, to a $40 million investment in projects in the state of Maine. So again, you know, project development is really a multidisciplinary approach. It involves real estate, finding a site and acquiring it. It involves title, and when I say title, really real estate title, making sure that that the project is clean and that you can finance on it and that you can actually build and construct a project, and you know, your interest is protected for the life of the project because these are long-term investments. Interconnection, you obviously involve electrical engineers and the local utility. And then, you know, you're going through the engineering and study process, and that involves a number of subcontractors: civil engineers, surveyors, wetland biologists, environmental scientists, you know, archaeologists, just to name a few. It's somewhat project specific depending on what you encounter on the site, but those are a lot of them. And then feasibility and permitting. You know, this is really engagement with the engineering firms, and then working with the municipalities, the state, the federal entities, to understand, you know, what the process is. So you know, I put this slide here because I do want to make sure, you know, there's been a lot of discussion on project maturity as it relates to interconnection. That is one very important aspect of project development, but it is definitely not the only one. And it's not even necessarily the most costly one on the front end. So I'm just throwing that out there as a idea for around some more areas where there is expertise required. So, you know, the first step in these projects is always, you know, real estate, site acquisition, and what makes a good site. You know, when developers are out there looking for a site, like what are they looking for? They're looking for roughly, in the state of Maine, I should caveat this with, they're looking for roughly 10 usable acres. They're looking for a parcel that you can build on, that, you know, the subsurface conditions are conducive to solar, that you'll be able to drive piles or do screw foundations, or, you know, whatever the appropriate foundation is. They're looking to make sure that there is appropriate access to three-phase power that allows you to cost effectively interconnect to the project. They're also trying to make sure that there are no major environmental, cultural, or biological issues, you know, rare and endangered plant species, a wetland that runs through the property that you can't work around. And those types of things. You know, I think, you know, by way of example, one of our projects, we actually had to do a phase 1 archaeological dig on because it was screened as being sensitive for prehistoric conditions. So there's a whole slew of you know, environmental, biological, and cultural issues that you could encounter on a project by project basis. They're also looking to make sure that a project is going to be allowed in the municipality that the project is in, either through existing zoning regulations or through some process by which the town actually changes their rules to allow these types of projects. Finally, you know, you obviously need a willing landowner. You could have the perfect parcel that you identify, but if the landowner is not interested in hosting a solar energy project, it's not going to work. And then a reasonable ability to blend with surrounding properties. You know, there's certain areas where solar, you know, is appropriate, and there's certain areas where it may not be appropriate. And, you know, there's buffering and setbacks and things like that that can be accommodated into design to essentially allow that. And then the final step is no fatal flaws in title. And I can spend a little bit more time on this on the next slide. So title review is a process that, you know, doesn't get a lot of attention in the development process. It's really, you know, real estate title, really trying to understand, you know, within the title process, does anyone else have any rights to the property that could interfere with your ability to develop, permit, and construct a solar energy project and operate it for a number of years. You know, these could be issues such as mortgages. They could be, you know, an unpaid lien where someone has a senior interest to you, a public or private easement that goes through right where you intended to locate the panels. Lack of legal access, not actually being fronting on a public street could create problems over the long term. And then, creation, so subdivision has been one challenge that a lot of folks have run into in Maine, because there are very specific rules around how projects have to be permitted if you subdivide a parcel more than a certain number of times. So the title commitment process is really kind of the legal research that goes into the parcel that you're trying to figure out, and we'll flag certain things to pay attention to. The ALTA survey is the process by which that title commitment is then translated onto kind of a parcel map. And it also includes, any physical constraints that the site could have, boundaries, any sort of a breakage in the parcel where they overlap, where there's, snowmobile trails are a great one in Maine that you may have to work around. Another, and again, I want to stress that, I'm focusing on all of these as individual items, not necessarily saying one happens before the others, just based on the fact that everyone in the business does things just a little bit differently. Some folks may proceed fully with permitting in advance of interconnection. Other folks may prioritize, interconnection over permitting. So in terms of interconnection, one of the challenges here is that the process can be pretty protracted, and delays are often beyond the control of developers. Generally speaking, our experiences with the Maine utilities have been pretty positive. There have been some hiccups along the road, namely the CCVT issue that a lot of you have heard about. But CMP has figured out a way to solve that, and it looks as though things are headed in the right direction. So the interconnection process itself, the application is pretty straightforward. Essentially, within 3 to 4 months, you can get through the distribution system impact study, assuming that there is no project ahead of you. The way they do their study process is, if there is a project ahead of you, the study of the second project actually holds until the first study is finished. So these timelines are all in here and applicable, but they are all also subject to the project being kind of first in queue. The table that you see to the left over here, I included because it was from a presentation that Central Maine Power actually gave to the industry yesterday. What's meaningful about this is it's the transmission study schedule that CMP has put together, and it kind of shows for each of the areas when they target the final approval that would allow projects to proceed. This timeline essentially shows that transmission studies have naturally slowed the pace of development in Maine. Some of these projects, Winslow Road, Lakewood, for example, will be done in August of 2021. But if you go down to the last transmission study on this list, it's not going to be wrapped up until June of 2022. For all intents and purposes, this means some of these projects will be constructed in 2021, some will be constructed in 2022, and others may push until 2023. If these schedules lag in any way, or if the constructability is just not viable before the end of the year in 2022, based on receiving approval in June of 2022. So again, engineering and permitting is the other largest item besides interconnection. This is really a multi-tiered approach. Engineering is iterative. It's engineered, re-engineered throughout the process. As you kind of go through the permitting process, and as the project gets more developed, and as you find out more information about the site. Municipal planning board approval in Maine has really ranged from some towns that are doing this through building permit only to projects that require planning board approval, which would be either a conditional use permit or a site plan approval. That process can be 3 to 6 months. If they require a pre-app, then a notice public hearing, then a final decision. So it's meaningful. During these processes, expectations are typically set with neighbors, municipalities, stakeholders, and the project really starts to come to fruition. It goes from really a concept to here's a full-blown design, and here is a full project that is being planned for by a number of different stakeholders and reviewed by the Maine DEP, potentially Army Corps of Engineer, potentially the Department of Transportation, as well as the local municipalities.
Michelle, I'd ask you just to be a little sensitive. We also need to hear from Matt. So on the amount of time we've allocated.
Absolutely. I've got one slide left.
Okay.
So the final item that really goes into taking a project from a site to a project is around the power offtake. A plan for power is kind of critically important to the development process. And this is where, a lot of the discussions today have focused around, what is in the NEBQ, because the NEBQ is really someone who has a plan for power offtake, and they've put it in there and they are essentially ready to go. It is worth noting that there is one thing that's a little bit unique about the NEB program in the state of Maine. In the power offtake, it can be with commercial and industrial or residential customers. Until this past fall, net energy billing contracts required a signed interconnection services agreement in order to apply for both the residential kilowatt hour program as well as the commercial and industrial tariff-based program. However, in the fall, there was a PUC decision that expanded this for C&I customers to basically only require them to have a spot in the interconnection queue, as well as to have a contract for power offtake. So it does mean that there may be some projects that have net energy billing agreements that may not have started permitting, similar to how there may be some projects that are fully permitted but do not yet have a net energy billing agreement. So I'm including this in here really just as an informational piece, because interconnection is one metric that can be used, but it is definitely not the only metric that is important to show progress on these projects.
Great.
And that is it.
Thank you. So we'll go to Matt, and then we'll have questions for Michelle and Matt afterwards. But let's have Matt do his presentation.
Better. I'll just try to share my screen. Michelle, if you can unshare, and I can share.
Hold on one second. Sorry, just having a.
It's okay.
Why is it not? Of course, this is not as easy to unshare. Apologies. I'm not.
Gordon may be able to help.
All right, perfect. Yes.
Okay. Stand by 1 second. All right, can you see that?
There we go. That's visible.
That's working. Okay, great. So I'm going to be quick.
Yep.
Senator Lawrence, members of the committee, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. So I will talk about Michelle talked about the smaller projects, the distribution connected projects, so-called DG projects. I'm going to talk about the development process and sort of how we develop the utility scale renewable energy projects. Long Road's been around for a while in Maine. I won't go through the accolades, but we've been around for a while. We operate a bunch of projects in Maine out of Portland, and we developed about 700 megawatts of wind here in Maine. So we've been through kind of every flavor of challenge, I think, in Maine in terms of development issues. Wanted to just give you a sense of what developers do. I mean, basically, utility scale developers, just like DG developers, work to find sites that can deliver power at an attractive price to buyers within a specified time frame. We like Maine because there are clear, supportive clean energy policies. I think the complexity and clear permitting standards and communities are receptive to the benefits of the projects. I think transmission is an issue that is really complicated and is a growing risk and to renewable generation in Maine. The costs are really high, and it's a very complicated place to figure out where you want to inject power, and can do so at a reasonable price and can actually technically deliver the power. So what do? We develop projects at our own risk, no ratepayer exposure in that. All of the things that Michelle talked about, we do as well. We try to find great sites. These are all kind of the criteria that we use. We obviously need to, wind is more complicated. You need multiple years of data collection, but we also collect data on resource for solar. We got to know that we've got a revenue contract, a line of sight on a revenue contract, that we can find the right equipment to work to provide the generation, either solar or wind, in an economically and technically viable way. Obviously, all the land issues that Michelle talked about, engineering, permitting, they're just sort of bigger issues. I think DG, the kinds of issues that you run into there, we just spend a lot more money over the development process on the utility scale to get clarity and de-risk our projects. Again, I would call your attention to interconnection. That's about a 4-year process for us on the utility scale side, about $250,000 plus about $700,000 to $1 million of security once you get later in the process. So very expensive, very opaque, I think, just very hard to figure out whether or not you can actually afford to interconnect, say, a 100 megawatt solar project until very late in the process. So developers wear a ton of risk, which is one of the reasons why Long Road, in our development strategy, we try to figure those risks out as much as we can before we start making promises to ratepayers and power buyers about when and at what price we can deliver to customers. Financing is obviously another challenge, and I'll just kind of talk about it in the context of this curve right here. The goal with this slide was just to give you a sense of, just a sample 100 megawatt solar project. What does the spending curve look like, and what are we spending that money on? So, obviously early year one, all the things Michelle was talking about, site acquisition, early stage development activities, it can be relatively low cost. But by year 2, you're stepping up pretty significant environmental engineering, other costs. Year 3, those costs are starting to really climb with geotechnical investigations, wetland surveys, all of these kinds of things. And then by the time you're ready to sign a power purchase agreement, which is in this case, a long-term contract with, say, a Maine utility, by that time you really should understand basically what your interconnection costs are, any environmental risks. You're doing some geotechnical work, you're doing detailed design in term prior to preparation of a permit application. So, but at that point, you're starting to get in the millions. So lots of dollars at risk. And we're seeing the impact of what happens if developers don't do that work. Sometimes they will sign a contract and then they will fall away. And that's not what we want, right? In Maine, what we want to do is sign contracts with projects that are real and that are actually going to put their money where their mouth is, and they're going to deliver the project in the time frame they said. So that's my high level summary. You can see it's pretty big dollars on the utility side. We're talking about $6 million by the time you're headed into notice to proceed on a project. It could be significantly more with limited notice to proceed. Happy to answer any questions, but I really appreciate the time, and I'm sure you're just as hungry as I am for lunch. I really appreciate it.
Why don't you unshare your views so we can go back to the panel, and I'll be able to see questions. I do have one to start off for both of you. And I was interested to see on the sides land acquisition and feasibility study. And it looked like land acquisition came before the feasibility study. And is that how the industry works? You acquire the land first, or do you acquire an option for the land and then do your feasibility study?
Go, Michelle.
I can answer that on the DG side. We had we had an internal discussion about this as well, because there really are two phases to the feasibility. You know, there are a lot of desktop level screenings that you can do before you even get a site under site control. And there is a lot of work that goes into that. You know, you'll screen a site to try and understand high level whether you think it's feasible before you sign an option for it. What I referred to as site feasibility kind of after the site control was really, it's a little bit more meaningful than that. It's, you know, submitting a pre-app or submitting an interconnection application. It's, you know, having someone walk the site for wetlands. It's actually, you know, engaging with the town, understanding the ordinance and possibly, you know, having a site civil engineer kind of meet with the town and you as well. So I would say there is site feasibility on the front end, but there is like a more significant level of site feasibility work that gets done before you actually start permitting after you get site control.
And do you generally use options to purchase, or do you actually purchase the land, and if it falls through, you then have to resell the land?
Most of the industry goes with options to purchase or options to lease, where they'll have a certain amount of time to do their diligence.
Yeah. So what I was trying to get at is, what are your upfront costs? What are your out-of-pocket costs? So it's purchasing the option, not buying and reselling the land. Okay.
Yes, in most cases.
That's similar for
Same
you,
on the
Matt?
utility side. Same on the utility side. We'll do an option. We've done serial options with large landowners, families that we've worked with over the years. So they kind of know our forms and know the structure. But yeah, it's either an option to lease or an option to purchase. And then we do our diligence and all of that. 9 times out of 10, we will have done a lot of that desktop work before we get there. But then there's the sort of proving out piece of it.
Great.
Which, yeah, good question.
Questions, Seth?
Thank you. I just want to express, and this is not the committee that generally has this jurisdiction, but I want to express a concern that I have around the use of farmland, which might, depending on the soil, you know, really be particularly valuable. We don't have a lot of really prime agricultural soils here in Maine, so I think it's a pretty small subset of our overall geology. But I do have that concern, and I'm also aware that solar grazing and a lot of our land is better suited to, you know, to just pasture. That solar grazing is actually something that is being explored, and in some respects you are raised because you have fencing, because animals can graze right under it. You know, there are potentially some synergies there, but it's not your business to farm. And so I just wonder if you can speak about how we can make it somebody's business. I don't know whose, but try to foster more synergy in that respect with, you know, with the dual uses of our soils and our precious farmlands.
It's a good question. You know, I mean, there are some states that have, you know, gone this route. Massachusetts obviously has focused on this. To me, this really comes into a, you know, legislative intent and kind of where you would like to see the programs go. You know, if that's an area you're interested in heading, you know, that's an area you absolutely, you know, could pursue and should pursue.
Yeah, I agree. Representative Barry, I think we have a project in Monmouth that is on some crop ground. It's corn, you know, corn feed crop ground, and we looked at the possibility of having sheep graze there. And one of the sort of like unforeseen consequences of that was that there's a concern about adding phosphorus to the site, and that we would be regulated under a DEP permit that had a phosphorus cap. And so it was like, no good deed goes unpunished. Like we were trying to get creative, but then it was like, oh, well, maybe we can't. But I agree with you. I think there is, we've been following kind of the Nature Conservancy mapping efforts and others. And I think there's a lot of room to work with farmers. As a general matter, I think farmers love the opportunity to have a long-term source of revenue on their property, and they can cite the project in a way that optimizes their ongoing use of the property for a variety of things. Some people are doing bees and goats and all kinds of things. So I think it's an important consideration, but it can also be an important opportunity for farmers.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess this would be for both of you. I'm wondering if you could give us a rough idea of what percentage of the projects are on leased land versus purchased land.
I think that varies significantly by company. Honestly, that's like some companies have business models where they only lease, others only purchase. I can tell you we have a combination. But I think that's really a business model kind of decision at the individual company level. Matt, I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think most landowners prefer, particularly on the utility scale side, like we have a long-standing relationship with one family landowner, family logging business, and they really prefer the lease. They just do not want to sell land. They like to own the trees. There are always trees, right? So you only occupy a portion of their property. They continue to harvest the property around that. And then the renewable energy project provides this kind of steady source of revenue that allows them to not rely on the price of saw logs or other things like that. So typically they prefer the lease. But then on the small scale stuff, the DG stuff, we've seen people who just want to, they just want to be out from under it, and they'd rather sell. So it's kind of a back and forth with the landowner as well, in addition to company model.
Steve, did you have any follow-up? Okay, Nicole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the really helpful overview. I just wanted to let the committee members know, because I think I heard about it in a different briefing and not an EUT meeting, but our Department of Ag, Conservation and Forestry has put together a really helpful website for farmers that gives them a lot of different things to consider about if they want to engage in this sort of development. It includes not just resources from our agencies, but from Maine Farmland Trust, Maine Audubon, et cetera. So I do think that this question was recognized as a need for more clarity and information so farmers could feel they were making an informed decision. And I think the state has really stepped up in that role. I don't know if the developers agree or if the farmers agree, but at least it looks like there's a lot of information available for people interested.
Good. Other questions? Representative Barry.
Just to add to that, I agree, Representative Grahowski, that a lot of good work is going on, and I hope our immense viewing public is also aware that the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry has convened a stakeholder group and has really dived into this question of dual use and how we protect farmland, especially prime agricultural farmland. I think it's important for this committee to be really abreast of that and attuned to it, because many of the incentives around solar and other generation come from us. So we need to be a part of that solution to really structure the incentives to make sure that that siting is happening where it's best. So I that's one of the reasons I wanted to flag it today.
Great.
Thank you.
Other questions? So thank you to you both. We appreciate it. This concludes our morning session of this electricity briefing. And Representative Barry, you can choose your time to come back, and you'll be conducting the afternoon session.
And we will miss you, Senator, and looking forward to the afternoon. I hope more of our members will be able to come back and do their best to fill Senator Lawrence's shoes. We will take a half hour for lunch as promised. I'll even make it a slightly more than half an hour. So we'll be back at 1:45 sharp to begin the afternoon's presentations we're very much looking forward to hearing from CMP Ratepayers Unite for 20 minutes, roughly, from A Climate to Thrive down east for also for 20 minutes or so, and from Barry Hobbins, our public advocate. And that'll give us kind of a different perspective on sort of the state of play in the electricity world here in Maine, and looking forward to it. So thank you, everyone, and have a good lunch. We will be back at 1:45. Please turn off your video and audio. Okay, and it is 1:45, so if folks could turn on their video again if they're with us, that would be great. Okay, well, I think we have at least one person whose video is not on, but who is listening in, and we will be continuing to stream on YouTube. So I trust the members of the committee who have other obligations at this time, other committee meetings, or perhaps day job obligations, will be tuning in to hear from this afternoon's presenters. Just to give kind of a different perspective, more from the customer side of the meter, so to speak. The afternoon will be dedicated to hearing from CMP Ratepayers Unite, from A Climate to Thrive, who's doing local renewable energy work, and from the Public Advocate. So welcome back, and we will begin by welcoming Judith Hyde from CMP Ratepayers Unite. And we'll take approximately 20 minutes, perhaps a little more, as we did this morning. This committee's inquisitive. Also with Jude Hyde is Lauren Loomis, also of CMP Ratepayers Unite. And if the two of you could please turn on your video and your audio, that would be terrific. We're kind of leaving it to you to present for a portion of the time that we've allotted, and I'm sure the committee members who are with us will have questions. So welcome, and please tell us about CMP Ratepayers Unite, your perspective on the state of play in the electricity industry here in Maine.
Okay, I'm going to start, and then Lauren will come in a few. So my name is Jude Hopkins. I'm 74 years young today, a mother and a grandmother with a degree in psychology with honors and a subsequent diploma in nursing, a farmer, a retired registered nurse who worked as a representative for Abbott Laboratories for 18 years as a senior hospital executive. Upon retirement from Abbott, I worked as a freelance consultant with engineers designing new medical products and did home health nursing with new mothers and their babies. Many of them were poor and single. My partner in crime here, Lauren Loomis, is a single mom and computer geek. This has been a volunteer gig for both of us for 3 years and 2 months. There are times when I give 5 hours a week, sometimes 40 hours a week, many weeks way more than that, all without compensation. Both of us are volunteers. The work is not only draining and heartbreaking, but also frustrating and mostly eye-opening about how corporations get away with so much, while those most vulnerable, the poor and elderly, pay dearly just to survive. We want to share a little bit about CMP Ratepayers Unite, how it started and where we are now. You may recall in October of 2017, a windstorm where so many Maine residents lost power. At my house, I had no power for 8 days. October 2017 was also the month that CMP launched a brand new billing system called SmartCare. With the launch of SmartCare, all account numbers were changed so that when customers got their first bill with the new system in November, all their previous usage history was absent, meaning the customer was unable to compare their usage with prior years to confirm that their bill was accurate. This happened to my late husband and me. The WGME team had a feature on the crazy CMP bills many were receiving. At that time, I joined the Facebook group, CMP Ratepayers Unite, which was composed then of about 200 people. We get new requests still to join every day. The rest is history. We now have almost 10,000 members. The group is nonpartisan, which keeps us united on fighting what CMP has been able to do to the people of Maine. Many in our group are poor, elderly, uneducated, low-paid, essential workers, all doing the best they can to survive. Others, more educated and financially stable, are amazed at the time it has taken for accurate bills. Then they remember that CMP has been rated by J.D. Powers as the worst utility in the country for 3 years in a row. The worst reliability for the last 5 years, yet with the 11th highest rates in the country. And they still will be given their rate increase. Gee, when I worked for Abbott, I would be fired if I didn't make my quota for 2 years. I would have fired CMP 10 years ago, but I can't. I don't have a choice of what company delivers our power. CMP has a monopoly. Funny thing, the rate hike is just a little more than the cost of advertising promoting their NECEC power line to Massachusetts. My question is why, and the ratepayers' question is why is no one doing anything about this except winking at CMP's lobbyists on the golf course? Lauren and I both know firsthand the atmosphere at the Maine Public Utilities Commission. We were interveners in 2 cases, 2018-00015 and 2018-00194. Another 2-year aspect of our volunteer gig. There were always at least 3 fancy lawyers, sometimes 4 or 5, paid by CMP, sitting at the table with the 2 of us, along with high-paid CMP executives, all very familiar with the staff at the MPUC, a kind of exclusive club. We were treated as the outsiders we were, instead of the Maine taxpayers who pay their salaries. The final report by a company who had done work for the case where there were no systemic problems with the meters or computer systems. Have any of you ever been an intervener in a case at the Maine PUC? Being a legislator later, they might treat you differently, but as a citizen of Maine, we felt like intruders and an annoyance at their party. Now it's Lauren's turn. She's going to have some things to say. You have to unmute, Lauren. You have to unmute.
Hi. Yes. Sorry about that. I know for me, I saw my bills not adding up after the October windstorm. And I'm actually comparing it to other customers' bills. I just felt something needed to be done. I needed to help these people and figure out what's going on with these bills. I spent hours a day comparing the data from our members to the data that was given to the dockets. And a lot of the times they didn't add up. And I just don't understand a company that can copy data and put it into a spreadsheet incorrectly, but yet also that data that they put in incorrectly would favor in their benefit, and we're told, oh, it was just a human error. And when presented with the actual data that our members had, they would go in and change it, and no one batted an eye. It was just, it seemed to be acceptable, I guess, to just have so many human errors during this investigation, and just nothing wrong with going back in and changing numbers and data. It's just, I was appalled by that. It was just, I know I spent so long working on my testimony and showing how the defects and the defective meters affected customers. And just, it felt like my testimony wasn't taken seriously at all. I'm still seeing members whose accounts I investigated and had in my testimony being told they were owed the money and that they had to pay it. And I know for a fact they don't. It's just so frustrating to see that. I also warned the PUC of the continued issues with the billing system. I took the time to learn that billing system, and just going through everything, it's just going to be a continuing problem. And it's just, I just feel for the customers. And I mean, right now we're seeing in the group new defects, some taking months to be corrected. Customers are not even being told that it's a defect or what's going on with their account. It's just a continuing problem. And I think it's Judy's turn now.
So then the PUC decision, after almost 2 years of bureaucratic mumbling, found no systemic problem, but the Maine PUC promised on Channel 6 on January 30th, 2020, that those with high bills will be protected according to them. During the PUC investigation, CMP and the PUC decided jointly that the amount over and above 125% of the corresponding bill of the year before would be set aside until the PUC investigation was complete. In October of 2020, so last October, that set aside amount was added back into disputers' bills just before the winter disconnection period, and while they continued to dispute their bill with CMP. When they called the PUC for so-called protection, they were told that they owed the bill, giving them payment affordable arrangements, supposedly to them, and the names of public assistance agencies so that CMP would be paid and not be able to disconnect their power. I did not understand that public assistance would be used to pay inaccurate bills to a foreign holding company. My late husband used to say that the Maine Public Utilities Commission was a wholly owned subsidiary of CMP. So sad, so frustrating for the people of Maine. Then there's the meter issue. Ratepayers have seen a substantial decrease in their usage when they pay CMP $40 to convert to a true analog meter. While CMP charges monthly for a non-standard meter, ratepayers have to read their own meter every other month. Many have found their usage back to normal after going back to the analog meter and find the $16 a month for the non-standard meter a great investment. Recently, however, CMP has told ratepayers that the meters are no longer being made or not available, and in fact have a docket with the Public Utilities Commission to get rid of the analog meters altogether. Additionally, some ratepayers report CMP workers removing their analog meters against their wishes and replacing them with non-transmitting smart meters. So now all of this culminates tomorrow, April 15th, when the winter disconnection period ends. COVID is still an intrusive and harsh reality to these folks. Illness, lost wages, anxiety, yet CMP has sent out new disconnection notices to all who continue to dispute their bills. CMP is still rated the worst utility for 3 years, and the stress and battle continues. The public advocate is not equipped to handle 8,500 cases, and the pandemic has effectively obstructed the courts to even certify The 2 class action law cases started 3 years ago. What I want to know is who's going to step up and help the people of Maine. I'm done.
Great. And Ms. Loomis, anything else from you before we go to questions?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you both for your time. And before we do dive into any questions from the committee for you, I know you were waiting patiently, and I appreciate that you're not paid to be here. So thank you. I want to give Representative Cuddy a chance to introduce himself. He's coming over from another important committee meeting where he had to take votes. So Representative Cuddy.
Hey, good afternoon. I do apologize for being late today. I was in labor and housing. We've had a work session on 10 bills today, so it was fairly long. But my name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Great, and thank you for adding this to your busy day. So questions at this time for Ms. Hyde or Ms. Hopkins. I take it where Ms. Hopkins is preferred now.
Doesn't matter. It's just
okay. Either one. All right, great. And Ms. Loomis, any questions from the committee? And I, for some reason, have trouble seeing hands, but I'll get to you. Hang on a second. Okay, Representative Foster first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ladies, for being here today. First of all, I'd just like to tell you, I don't golf, and some of what you relayed sounds like some of the things I had to say when I first sat in committee in Augusta on my feelings of being a bit of an alien. But I would ask you, and I believe that in the cases that you were talking about that appeared before the PUC, that the public advocate and his office were well represented in that. My question is how much work your group actually had with the public advocate in dealing with these issues. I know we've heard a lot from him, but I'm not aware of just how much you were able to get help from his office and how much he got for information from you folks. That would be helpful.
Go ahead, Lauren. You probably should answer that because you were more.
Yes. They were great help with us as well because we're trying to advocate for, so many people and figuring out how to, intervene at the PUC. So they were provide us with documentation on where to go for it so we can file how to intervene and just to make sure we're following the rules correctly. So they were a big help for us. It's like we felt like there were just so our members felt like they just weren't getting anywhere with all of the agencies they were contacting. So it's like we became a voice for them, and so we would if we had specific questions, we would be able to reach out to that public advocate and get answers for those, and that wasn't a problem at all.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Foster, seeing no follow-up, we'll go to Representative Grahowski.
Thank you all. Sorry to be broadcasting from my car. I had a regularly scheduled Meals on Wheels delivery on Wednesday afternoon that I had to cut into. So hi, and thank you for being here. I'm curious, we heard a lot today from CMP about their improvements in their metrics regarding billing and customer service and call answering times. Are you hearing any positive feedback from members of your group that things seem to be shifting or changing? Or are you seeing a reduction in amount of complaints? Just curious if it's what they're saying they can measure, is that actually what customers are experiencing? Thank you.
From what I've noticed in the group, we are getting a lot less complaints. Mostly, we're still having people coming in with billing defects. Most recently, one woman, she paid off her payment arrangement early, and that it is affected by a defect, but it took 2 months for it to be corrected. And that's still a bit way too long for a billing defect to be corrected. And nothing was mentioned to her that it was affected by a billing defect. And it's like, she doesn't know what she's supposed to be paying. Why was her account credited and the payment arrangement not paid off? Why does she still have to pay it? And that she was getting multiple answers from different reps. And I feel like the customer service may be improving slightly, but it's still taking way too long for answers. They're not even getting straight answers, no answers at all as to what's going on with these bills. And it's, a new defect comes out and no one, it's like their call center reps aren't even aware of it. And that's just a miscommunication, and it really, it just makes the customers not trust them even more. You're trying to build trust, and it's important to be upfront, be like, hey, your bill is affected by a defect. I'm going to, put it on hold. We're not going to threaten you with disconnection, and we'll get this fixed for you. You're not seeing any of that, and it's too bad.
No, and I mean, they're really rude to the people that call. You owe the money, you have to pay, or you will be disconnected. That's what I hear. Don't you hear that, Lauren?
Yes, for the disconnections, it's like many people lost their jobs to, through COVID. Unemployment, it doesn't cover that much. And especially when they're, you're not getting the extra weekly from the pandemic fund. When that stops, it's hard to pay all your bills, and they're just suffering. It's like they're gonna prefer paying their rent so they can stay in a home and be surrounded by candles, because they're just so behind, and they don't have these funds like they did before COVID to pay these bills. So we're seeing a lot of new members coming in being threatened with disconnections of from all walks of life, just because of what happened to them during the pandemic. And some people, they lost, spouses, and that's a loss in income right there. And it's just been very hard on them.
And I think Representative Grahowski may have a follow-up question. I'll go to her next just to check, but I may have missed it in the beginning. What is the rough current membership of your group?
It's about 10,000.
Okay, thank you. Representative Grahowski, did you have a follow-up?
More of a statement. I just want to thank you for that answer. And I want to say thank you for going to the Public Utilities Commission and filing as interveners. It's something that I've done once, and it's an incredible effort, and it's hard to navigate. And I'm glad to hear that the public advocate, and not surprised to hear the public advocate helps you, but it is such an incredible amount of time you have to commit to doing that. So I just want to thank you for putting in that effort on behalf of those 10,000 people with concerns.
Thank you. It was an honor, really, to do it, but it didn't get us anywhere.
Thank you. Representative Ziegler is next.
Thank you, and thank you for coming this afternoon. I sort of want to follow up on what Representative Kowalski said, and I also want to say that she has a really cute dog. But she asked about, and we heard from CMP earlier, that their ability, what are they, 98, 99% effective in their billing now. And the representative asked you in regards to, are you getting calls? That said, how, I'm sorry, I can't turn that off. Just have to deal with it. How effective are the smart meters? Have you been able to fight what they say the smart meters are giving as a reading since the billing problems? And the reason I ask is that I have submitted I've called CMP in regards to our billing, and I have found them to be somewhat curt. That said, they said the smart meter reads it, and that's what it is. So could you just sort of speak to the efficiency of the smart meters?
I can. If the company did roll out the upgrades of the meters, they should be reading the usage correctly now. Given how old the meters are, I wouldn't be surprised if there's still issues with it, because it's technology. Your computer, if it's over 15 years old and you upgrade it, is it still going to be efficient and work? No, you eventually have to buy a new computer. So it's hard for me to say that, as I'm not seeing recent data on that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were still being inaccurate. There's also an issue with the billing system itself that any representative can go in and put in a meter reading and say the meter read it. It's not being marked as an estimated reading when it should be. So that's a huge concern. Like that shouldn't be allowed, because then you go and dispute it and the system is saying, oh, it was from the meter, but it's not. And that's another issue that people are running into that I am still seeing in the group. Luckily, our members know to check their meters and they can compare that the numbers don't match their bill. And that is how I was able to confirm, yeah, it's still occurring and it needs to be fixed. And it's just not right.
Right. And for me, I changed back from a smart meter to an analog meter, and a lot of people have done that. And it really makes a difference in my bill. I mean, it's like I have solar. So my bill's been $29 now since I changed it back to a smart meter, which has been almost 2 years. Before that, it was $50, $100. One time it was $386 because I had Efficiency Maine at first, and they were billing me for the power I generated. So it's just amazing the difference. And now CMP is saying that those meters are not available anymore. You can't get an analog meter. So that's another thing. And there's a bill in the PUC to get rid of all the analog meters and just have smart meters, but you can't read them. So.
And CMP was supposed to keep a good amount of those old meters for people to opt out. So that's another concern, that why don't they have enough of those meters? And actually companies still make those meters. They even refurbish them in working order, and they do pass compliance. So it's just, to me, I find it fishy that they're pushing to go to a smart meter that doesn't transmit when it still gives off radiation. So it's like, there's so many reasons behind why it's still a good idea to hold on to those meters, especially for those who may have health concerns. And and at this point, they actually seem to be more accurate.
Great. Other questions from the committee? So I have so many, and I'm not going to be able to ask them all here, but I do want to just thank you for participating in the regulatory process. I know I have intervened in a docket as well, and I still to this day have trouble navigating that system, participating in that system. As a legislator who sat on this committee for, well, off and on since 2007, and that maybe that says more about me than the system, but I think it is very, very challenging to participate, especially when you do have on the other side of the issue, you have engineers and lawyers and accountants who are being paid by all of us in our rates to kind of counter everything that you're trying to accomplish, and they are compensated for that where you are not. So thank you for stepping up on behalf of consumers. And I really am concerned about possible shutoffs, disconnections. We heard yesterday from the commission that in their last full year of data, 2019, over 150,000 disconnection notices were sent out during the winter months in that year in 2019 by CMP and Versant together, the two together. We don't have the data for this past year, but it sounds like there have been quite a few, and I know customers are struggling. So can you speak to that? Are you hearing from people receiving disconnection notices? Are you hearing from people who perhaps say they have paid their bill and they're still being threatened with disconnection? Speak to us about that, because as of tomorrow, those disconnections can begin.
That's right. That's right.
Yes. I know the billing system has been sending out disconnection notices to customers who aren't facing disconnection, have their bills paid in full. For some reason, it's not marked as a defect, but it's going out, and due to how the billing system is, it's hard to track letters apparently, and I guess disconnect notices. But just the system itself, it's like the data would be hard to judge about how many are actually behind and are in threat of disconnection. But we are, I mean, even like a couple of weeks ago, I saw someone who's like, why am I getting a disconnect notice? I just paid it. Some people maybe a day or two late and just, forgot, and they're going to go pay it, but they already got like that notice the next day threatening disconnection. It's just very stressful, especially during a pandemic, just be hounded for disconnect notices, especially when, if you are paid in full. And it's just scary, because what if they don't notice that you're paid in full and they disconnect you too, on top of everyone? And it's just not right.
Plus, some of them don't agree with their bill that
Yeah.
they're being disconnected over. They put the set-asides back in their bills at the end of October. I got a disconnect notice last week, and I called them and I said, you know what? See me in court. I'm not paying this. And if you want to shut me off, go ahead.
Yes, because it's some of them who are disputing their bills. They have that right to take it to court, and their right is not being enforced. It's like they're having that right taken away to dispute it in court, and that's another issue too. They shouldn't be disconnected over their right to dispute their bill in front of a judge. And it's frustrating, it's heartbreaking, and it's like, what do we do from here?
And one more, I mean, they're just so anxious about it. Many of them they've had their kids taking classes at school over computer, or they have sick people, or they have respirators, or not respirators, but CPAP machines, and they have no money to pay, and they're getting disconnect notices on bills they don't even owe. They don't think they owe. So it's very upsetting for 3 years. And nobody's done anything about it. I mean, nobody's done anything about it.
Well, I hope that we can turn that around. I do want to ask you one last question, which is about the accuracy of the meters and who checks them. I know you've expressed concerns for the past 3 years about billing and metering accuracy, and I should say I think you accomplished something when the PUC chose to fine Central Maine Power $10 million for hundreds of billing system errors. That did happen, and I think the reason we heard from CMP today about service quality indices, on billing accuracy and their claims of improvement have everything to do with that penalty, because that's a penalty that continues month to month until they have over 18 months. They have to have met the minimum service quality indices. So that is the reason that we're seeing at least some effort on the utility's part, I think, to improve. Whether that was enough, whether that was sufficient, whether their claims of accuracy are truthful, I think is a different question. And so a question I want to conclude my own questioning with is the checking of the meters. Do you have faith when the meters are checked by the utility itself as opposed to a third party? Does that give you confidence that the meters are accurate, or would be better if we somehow change that? Right now, the PUC has the ability to require a third party to check it, but they're not required to do that.
I could answer on that, and I'll explain how the meters work. I don't trust CMP at all when they're testing it, considering they petitioned the PUC for approval to change how they test their meters. And this was back in when they first installed them. The docket, I forget the number right now, but it's open to the public. You can read that information. There is a series of where the PUC approved it missing in their communication on the docket, but they allowed CMP to change how they test, which actually is against the proper rate of testing the meters by the multiple manufacturers' manuals. think of a smart meter as a computer. If it's giving off errors, and you go and let's say you take the meter out. Oh, it's not working right. I have to take it out before I can test it. Just like a computer, if your computer is frozen or giving off, error messages, and you go and restart your computer, it comes back up and sometimes that just fixes the problem. So when they're testing these meters, they're taking them out, which is essentially turning these meters off, plug in their tool, and then they plug the meters back in. They're essentially just restarting the meter, and any errors it was doing or giving off just goes away. Now, the testing tools they have, they can test prior to taking the meters off. So, and they requested to have that skipped. So it's concerning to me that the PUC allows it to happen. And I would be very doubtful that they would allow third-party people to come in and test the meters. I would prefer it at this point, because it feels like they're, working together to get around this defect that was first present in the meters as soon as they were installed. So
Other
I would,
questions?
yeah.
And we are coming close to the end of our time. I think every presentation went over a little bit, so I'm allowing that here as well. Other questions from the committee? And I apologize, I do have one other thing that you brought to mind. The PUC did tell this committee a year ago that it was going to look into each and every one of the remaining issues, the remaining disputes that had not been addressed in the billing errors that they had located, and the customers who had been whose bills had been corrected as part of that docket where they levied the $10 million fine. So we were told that there would be an individual look. What I understand to have happened is that a letter went out to customers in August and basically said CMP's billing and metering systems, this is from the PUC, the billing and metering systems are fine. I'm paraphrasing. You need to pay your bill, including the disputed amount. If you have any future issues, let us know. But otherwise, there wasn't, I didn't get the sense that there was a real investigation, certainly not at the individual level of those outstanding disputes, or an opportunity for a customer to, a clarity for the customer to really continue with that billing dispute. Is that an accurate understanding?
Oh yeah, definitely, Seth, definitely. They did not, they just sent that letter out, and if you call and say you're still disputing your bill, they say, well, you have to pay it, you owe it, and you can call the Agency on Aging, or you can call, I don't know, different places to get the money, borrow the money to pay CMP. And it's just crazy.
It's like, I noticed some members, they did have their bills fixed. So I don't understand why the rest of them didn't, especially when I looked through all that data. And I know a good handful of them should. They were affected by defects. And the ones that are being told to pay have messaged me. I'm like, I told them straight up, I'm like, I know for a fact you don't owe that money. You can keep disputing it. You can still have to go to court. And it's like, they feel like they don't have that right. And I'm like, you do. So we're still working with them and still trying to advocate for them. And, it's just getting to the point where we're starting to feel, a little, powerless. It's like, we're having the PUC against us as well. And it's just, feel like we're not getting anywhere. And it's why only a certain amount of people got theirs fixed, but not the rest. It's just not fair. And it's just heartbreaking.
And people are so frustrated by the whole thing. I mean, they just think it's all a fix. The fix is in big time, and CMP wins. So I hope you guys can help us, because it's really tiring. It's exhausting.
Thank you both for taking the time with us today. I don't see any other questions, but I do intend to ask the PUC and Central Maine Power to come to our committee as soon as possible before these disconnections begin, and report on exactly what did happen to these customers who had disputes, who had set-asides, and who were clearly not given the courtesy of the individual investigation that they were promised. I think that was a great injustice, and they should not be disconnected this spring unless and until that full investigation and verification of the bill has occurred. So thank you, and we'll continue on to our next guest. But again, we appreciate your being here today.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Kevin Buck, who will be here representing A Climate to Thrive, and they are in the Mount Desert Island area. I'll give him a moment to get beamed up by Jordan and to turn on his video.
There you go. I think I'm there now.
Oh, great. Okay. Mr. Buck, welcome. We really want to hear your perspective on the electricity systems in Maine and in your area in particular. You can start by introducing yourself and who you're with, the Climate to Thrive, what you're trying to accomplish there, and what you see as the challenges and opportunities. So over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak, Chairman Barrett, committee members. I'm on the board of directors of Climate to Thrive. We're a grassroots nonprofit based on Mount Desert Island, although we seem to be expanding. We're dedicated to fighting climate change with the goal of energy independence by 2030, and we're making progress. We've been working on several fronts. Renewable energy, which is to this point has been entirely solar. We've got a solar array powering our high school, the town of Tremont. We have a couple community solar farms, and we're working towards more. We've got an electric vehicle program, and according to Efficiency Maine, I was just told, we've been responsible for involved in about 20% of the EV chargers installed in the state at this point. We've worked on weatherization projects, beneficial electrification, and probably the big thing we're shooting for right now is to try to turn the entire island into its own microgrid. We're pursuing a Department of Energy grant, and it'll be a combination of generation, storage, and we're going to try to have a smart grid, which actually does demand control. And myself, I'm also a elected selectman in the town of Tremont, so I got a little special spot for Tremont here. I'm also a net energy billing customer, and it was interesting listening to Todd Shea earlier from Kennebunk, because he was talking about how net energy billing customers aren't only getting credit for putting electricity into the grid. I know my bills, I don't cover mine 100%, so I'm getting involved in quite a bit of, being charged for the T&D part of the bill also on the part I'm buying. And I also will admit, I think net energy billing is great out the door, but there are some issues with it that need to be dealt with. As more and more of electricity comes from renewable sources, it's probably not sustainable in its current form. The one thing about A Climate to Thrive that kind of struck me listening to some of the presentations, we're doing a lot of the roles of developers on some of these projects here. We're locating a lot of sites. We're trying to get through a lot of the hurdles. I mean, Bar Harbor currently doesn't allow standalone solar arrays, and we're working on changing the zoning ordinances to make that possible. And we tend to put developers together with sites and information. Where we're a nonprofit, we don't really have any finances in that. The biggest thing we're running into is interconnection issues. The confusion at it, there seems to be kind of an arbitrary set of rules that's pushing the applications from most of what we're dealing with are relatively small arrays here. And they tend to try to go in at a level 2 application process, which is a relatively simple. And a lot of them seem to arbitrarily be being pushed to level 4 status, which is much more complicated, much more time consuming. And the timeline on all these projects seems to be getting almost out of hand. I mean, it seems like they're unreasonably long. and taking into account for, you know, COVID and all this going on, it seems like a lot of this feels really slow. And I'm not trying to point fingers at it being necessarily intentional. I think there's a lot of causes to it, but it's extremely frustrating with us. And some of the solar developers I've talked with says the difference between Versant and CMP, there's a lot of different standards on what pushes it to a level 4 application. And some of them, I've talked with a couple of them specifically, and they're saying they're trying to play games with maybe downsizing or in some cases upsizing the array to avoid some of this. So the whole thing is, it seems like it's much more complicated than it needs to be. And again, being a selectman in Tremont, I worked really hard, and we now have a solar array on our capped landfill, which is providing electricity, which is pretty much covering 100% of our municipal buildings uses, including the grade school. And part of the project when we started developing it was to have a second phase to it, which was going to be a community solar farm. And when we built it, the municipal array went online in February of 2019. And at the time, it was Emera. Emera was our local power company. And we made everything very clear that we planned on expanding to utilize the entire landfill site. And thought we had an agreement on all that, and we're bumping into some real challenges with just what the requirements are going to be. I mean, and we have all of the existing challenges when we're trying to develop a site we're trying to work with, you know, the financing, the location and all that. But again, the really big issue we're finding is the interconnection problems. And like I say, the Tremont array personally to me is the most frustrating part of that. But it's not alone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Buck, for joining us and giving us that perspective from the Versant territory. Are there questions from members of the committee? I know we have at least one member who's also in Versant territory, and we are very interested in the work you're doing down there around microgrids. As you know, there is a bill relating to that. We won't get into those details, but the interconnection issues are things we're definitely hearing about in both utility territories. Any questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Buck, for your presentation and being with us today. As you mentioned, net energy billing is becoming more of an issue, if you will. And we have a lot of talk and a few bills that are going to be before us or are now dealing with that. From what you said, I'm wondering, as a not necessarily representative of the group that you are here to represent, but as a consumer and a generator, I'm wondering if you mentioned that you can see that there is an issue with net energy billing. If you think there's some room to allow maybe a little change in how your net energy billing works, so that you share a little bit more of the cost for the T&D with the other ratepayers, but yet don't lose all of the compensation that you receive for the power that you may generate in excess and sell to the grid. I'm wondering if you have some thoughts on how that might be changed, but still be fair to those who have generating capability.
Well, honestly, I'm not sure I have an answer, but I fully expect it to change. It's, again, I always looked at the net energy billing, again, and this is me personally, I look at the net energy billing as an incentive to start generating more clean power in the state. Climate change and all that, I think, demand it. But what's happening, I think, as it gets to be more prevalent, more of a larger percentage of the energy grid, I don't think the current model is sustainable in the long range. And that being said, yeah, I expect my situation to change personally. I think that's acceptable. I kind of make it analogous to electric vehicles. You know, a large part of the infrastructure of the roads and bridges is covered by gasoline taxes. If you drive an electric vehicle, or if everyone starts driving electric vehicles, that funding source is gone. So, I mean, something needs to be done differently, obviously. And again,
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, anything else, Representative Foster? Okay. Other questions from the committee? Mr. Buck, you mentioned landfill, the landfill array and running into some obstacles there. And I apologize, I wasn't entirely clear. Were those interconnection related or more related to the site being a landfill and perhaps some of the considerations that were unique to that property?
Okay, on phase one, the interconnection agreement actually went really well. I was amazed how cooperative Emera was and all that. This was the first landfill-based array in their territory, so it was kind of new territory for all of us. The one complication being a landfill is there were DEP issues that had to be dealt with, and those proved not to be that big a deal. It was just, there was a lot of challenge there. On the phase two part of it, the interconnection issues have been a real big deal and much more of a challenge. It's, even getting answers, you know, to exactly what we're looking at for obstacles has been tough. And again, I'm not trying to point any fingers here, but it's just the process has gotten more complex and less transparent, maybe. I don't know. We're just not even sure how to approach some of it at times. It's becoming more and more frustrating.
Got it. Well, thank you for that. And I don't see other questions from the committee. So thanks so much for your patience and sticking with us this afternoon and taking some time to tell us about your efforts on MDI. And we appreciate your leadership at the local level as well.
Well, thank you very much. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
All right. Take care.
You too.
And up next is our public advocate, Barry Hobbins, along with Susan Chamberlain to give us a general overview from the consumer perspective of issues in the electricity industry. This might be a good time for me to mention to folks that my co-chair really wanted to schedule today to look at all of these issues and have an open-ended forum. I'm doing my best to convey his intentions here and channel his intentions. So, Mr. Hobbins, Mrs. Chamberlain, welcome, and I'll turn it over to you for a spell, and then we'll open it up to questions. And I'm not hearing.
There we go.
Okay, we got
there
you.
we go. Thank you.
Tilt your screen slightly and we'll be able to see you better.
Okay.
And Barry, you are muted. We can see you now.
It wasn't.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Excellent. All right, take it away.
Well, thank you very much for having the opportunity to participate in this, I think, very informative day so far, looking at the interface of all the energy issues that you can think of. I'd like to first, if I could, give a respectful shout out to CMP Unite Ratepayers Group. We have had significant amount of involvement with the group. As I'm very pleased and honored that they acknowledge the work that we have done. It was an honor and privilege to have them as a partner in the process. They were there in the trenches during all the hearings before the Public Utilities Commission. It was refreshing to have two individuals who are volunteers come and battle the legal titans of the energy industry and it was good to have they were really our backup. And so I just want to tell Judy and Lauren, thank you very much. And we were honored to help out. And thank you to Representative Foster for asking the question. I'm very pleased that there was an answer that I hope will be acknowledged in the future for different matters. But thank you very much for asking the question. It's good that they gave that type of answer because I know it came from their heart. This is an opportunity to talk about a few different issues and to give you a status report of what is going on with our 9-person office. We found ourselves in a really difficult situation in that the second regular session of the legislature adjourned sine die, which meant that all of the bills, many of the bills that we were involved with, in the financing and the budget and those issues, really brought some uncertainty to our office with respect to an economic analyst position, who we found a way to fund his position, but it's a temporary funding. We also had a specialist position for a support person, which is very much needed. You can imagine handling phone calls and the like, and I have to tell you that we're going to find, I hope not, but I'm concerned about finding something that will happen tomorrow. And I just wanted to say that there are options available to the legislature. One of them would be and to the public advocate for that matter, one of them would be for the Committee of Jurisdiction to write to the Public Utilities Commission and urge that they extend the winter deadline from April 15th, especially with the covert issues. The other extreme issue would be for emergency legislation to be enacted by the legislature and through the leadership of this committee. That would stop the ball game, because who in their right mind would vote against a bill that really needs a stopgap measure to make sure that the process is appropriate. And the other idea is to write to Central Maine Power Company and Versant and ask them if they would delay any action for a period of time. Because I think that it really is unfortunate. Many states have extended their deadlines regarding disconnection notices and the like. And I would hope that CMP and Versant would consider doing that on their own voluntarily. I wanted to share with you a new part of our office, and many of you know, and some participated in 2019 involving legislation that passed to basically passed a law to implement cost-effective alternatives referred to as non-wires alternatives. We refer to them as NWAs, and this is a way we believe that is needed. The legislature unanimously supported non-wires alternative because these alternatives are electrical utility system investments and operating practices that demonstrates that some can be deferred or replaced with specific transmission and distribution lines at a lower cost, and to consider then whether or not we can continue to do and go about this putting a Band-Aid over a system that is outdated. The present law required the OPA to house the non-wires alternative coordinator, and the purpose of that was for the coordinator to review utility proposals for significant wires projects, investments, and determine whether the investments could be avoided through use of cost-effective measures. the OPA in December of 2019 commissioned requests for proposals, and fortunately we received one proposal that stood out. All were very good proposals, but we determined that we should engage DNV. Now it's called DNV-GL under a different name, but they have been on board with a budget, a non-wires alternative coordination fund that's in our office, with a budget of $800,000 for the project. And fortunately, they came in under that amount last year, and we renewed their contract, and they're presently working. If you want to learn more about the non-wires alternative coordinator, after we make our presentation, you can go to our annual report that has a good summary of that. I'm very pleased to bring with me one of our very, very good, they're all good, we have a very good staff, but someone who has taken the lead at my direction for basically working as a liaison of our office on the non-wires alternative coordinator process. Susan Chamberlain, who I'm introducing, also has an honorable distinction of being the public consumer advocate for the state of New Hampshire in her past. And I would like to call upon her, if she could, to give you some idea of the intensity to deal with an issue that which is difficult to deal with when it comes to electric utilities, because you're asking them to change the mode of operation, something that some steps that they've never taken before. So with that intro, I would ask Susan to take over and walk you through the process.
Thank you, Barry, and thank you, members of the committee. I'm delighted to appear before you. I have been the lead for the office on the NWA legislation, and I can tell you it has been extremely challenging to push on an individual level to get the information needed to make the changes to the utility systems to allow even the analysis of the option for a non-wires alternative. And I'm very pleased to report that yesterday we made a filing at the PUC documenting that there are non-wires alternatives that are cost effective, that can be implemented. None of that would have been possible without the legislation. I had to repeatedly say, they'd say, no, you can't do that. And I'd say, well, we have to do that because the law says we have to do it. And just going through those steps, non-wire alternatives include distributed generation, solar, wind, battery, and all of the issues that you've seen arise with the interconnection. What's the data being used? How accurate is it? How much is it all going to cost? Those issues are also current in the non-wires alternative investigation. So each time we would get information, we had to test it for robustness. We had to validate it. Does it make sense? When I first heard about power flow models, I thought, okay, you put in some inputs, you turn a crank and the data flows through and you can just tweak it and get the information out the other end. It doesn't work like that at all. Essentially, the data comes in, line by line, circuit by circuit, individual substation, and it has to be tested. It has to go through the system and, does it resolve? Does it make sense? Does it fit? Does the model fit the actual conditions on the ground? And so that process it's been very time consuming, but it does mean that when you get a solution, it's a robust solution, it's a real solution, it's something that you can rely on. So just working at that level of detail, what's the data necessary? What's the quality of the data? How can we incorporate it with the systems on the ground? And how can we make alternatives available? So that we documented that process in our report. It's rather lengthy, but there is an executive summary, and I'm very pleased to be part of making this transition, because it really is the fundamentals. It's the basics of how Maine is going to implement its clean energy goals, and how we're going to get these distributed energy resources on Maine's system. So we're definitely making progress. And I'm happy to answer questions or turn it back to Barry for the rest of the presentation.
Are there any questions on the, and Barry, is this a good time to just maybe dive into NWA a little bit?
Yeah,
just heard about that. Okay, I think that's
and I'm going to let Susan
great.
Basically maybe explain to you the frustration sometimes of not being able to keep the ball rolling. And fortunately, we came to a point that we could not reach, we'll say, an immediate agreement with Central Maine Power Company. They have improved with their methods. I will say that about getting the information to us, but it's been a very frustrating process. I'm assuming they're acting in good faith on it, and I know that they have represented that to us, but it's difficult to change. Change is difficult. And the reality is the legislature ordered the utilities to do this type of process. It didn't say may, it said shall. And I think they've finally realized, I really do, that we can't continue to put it off. And I'm going to let, that's an editorial comment. I'm going to let Susan tell you the clinical answer.
Got it. Pause for questions from the committee. I'm getting a little feedback somewhere, but are there any questions about the NWA situation for Ms. Chamberlain? I guess I do have one. Ms. Chamberlain, could you speak a little more about the intersection between the, I know there's some discussion about data transparency at the PUC generally, and also about grid modernization, and how do those conversations that are going on at the PUC intersect or not intersect with your work?
Sure. Grid modernization is definitely part of what we're doing. A utility will propose a traditional wire project, which is basically replacing the project that's on the ground with the exact same project, maybe a few upgrades here and there. And what we do is we look at, well, if you have this piece of distributed generation putting out power around the corner, that changes the flow of the power and the way the wires are designed to integrate with the whole system. And so by looking at our alternatives, we say, okay, you really don't need to invest anymore in this old wood pole wire situation, because that's no longer effective. We can put in something else over here and help modernize the grid at the same time while we're integrating the non-wires alternative. So they go hand in hand. You can't really do non-wires alternative without grid modernization. They have to go together. And in terms of data transparency, a lot of what we're doing is with critical infrastructure information, which is confidential. However, it needs to be transparent, at least at the PUC level. So among the utility and the PUC, there has to be ability to test this and validate it. And so we are pushing on that. And a lot of the internal utility processes, the way they collect data, the way they store it, the way they use it, that isn't visible, but that has an impact on how they do their planning. So we're really pushing them to modernize and change their internal processes to accommodate grid modernization. For example, typically the transmission and the distribution utility groups are in silos and they don't talk to each other. And so we've been pushing them. Well, you now you have to talk to each other because you don't have a distribution solution that's separate from your transmission solution. So that's the type of work we're doing. Our consultants have also implemented a data portal, which will allow stakeholders to sign up and view as much data as we can. And so they can keep an eye on the development of the projects. They can know where each project is. And so we've worked hard to provide that level of transparency to the stakeholders.
Great, thank you. And seeing no other questions, I don't see any other hands raised. So, Representative Grahowski.
Thanks. Sorry. Question I had, you were talking about just some of the challenges early on in getting the information that you're looking for to run these analyses. Are you seeing any difference between ability to get information from Versant or CMP, or are they similar to each other?
We've worked primarily with CMP. Versant has not had the large projects that require this NWA analysis. So we've simply had less visibility into their system. We are working on a project with them, but it's a project they're really eager to implement. So they've been very forthcoming with all the information. So I that's all I can really say. I can't really compare the two.
Great. And there's been a lot of discussion around interconnections. Those interconnection generator lead lines are not part of your purview, correct?
Correct.
Great. Do you see any opportunity for the kinds of solutions that you bring? You know, I'm thinking of storage, for example, that could help to sort of disperse the new juice, if you will, onto the grid at a you know, in a more timely fashion. I mean, do you see any opportunities for those kinds of technologies to be beneficial with some of the interconnection issues that I'm sure you're aware we're bumping up against?
Yeah, I think storage is going to be an integral part. So it's setting up the process for siting these battery storage projects, getting them the regulatory treatment that you know makes the economics work. All of that is in its early stages, but I think as it goes forward, it's going to be very important.
Great. And a final question from me. What really opened eyes in the state, and certainly my own eyes, to the possibilities of NWAs and led to the you know, my own bill, what was it, 2 years ago, where we created this this process, was the grid solar pilot on the Boothbay Peninsula. And I wonder if you could just briefly recap that for the committee members who may not have been as aware of it, either one of you, and is that similar to a lot of the NWAs that you see happening in the future, or will there be important differences in sort of the typical NWA of the future?
Grid solar will definitely be an integral part. I can't comment on Boothbay. That was before my time with the office, so I don't know the details. But it will definitely be that will definitely be projects of that size and similar scope. Maybe
I can help with that. I mean, what I recall, and maybe Mr. Hobbins will want to chime in here, but what I think a lot of us were very impressed by is that the PUC gave at the behest of Grid Solar, gave the permission to implement a pilot non-wires alternative on the Boothbay Peninsula. CMP wanted to spend $18 million to build out their rate base there. And obviously that would have been expensive to customers into the future. And Grid Solar ended up meeting that demand for about a third the cost, $6 million, using a combination of solar and storage and other distributed resources. Mr. Hobbins, is that?
That's absolutely accurate. Basically, they took the ball and showed showed the utility that there are other options, other alternatives. And that's a good example that ratepayers saved, I believe, about $12 million on the site. And also, I believe the forecasting was a little off as far as the demand was concerned, as far as the load was concerned. But the bottom line is that was the beginning of this idea of non-wires alternative. And I commend you, Representative. You were right there in the forefront. And I also commend those who were behind it. And it was a very, very good start. Unfortunately, the original bill or the original idea had been stalled in the PUC and stalled in the legislature for that matter. And it was a very big effort that was made to have this law become into effect. And now we're in the process of implementing that law. So the jury's still out on the final version, but I can tell you, if we get the cooperation from the utilities, we will find alternatives to wires and poles and the old way to do business.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on non-wires alternatives? And seeing none, we'll go on to Mr. Robbins. Was there another topic you wanted to speak to, or?
Well, I think I probably run out of time, but I just wanted to give you an idea of the caseload that the OPA has as of April 14th. Essentially, the number of cases since this January 1st, total open cases is 83. There are 33 open electric cases, 26 gas cases. We have 4 open non-wire alternative cases, 11 dealing with telecommunications, telephone, 7 with water, 2 from the profit side, and 5 from the consumer-owned side. We also have presently 2 FERC cases, and we're fortunate to have someone who now on our staff that has some expertise in that area, and that's the Deputy Drew Landry, and he's leading that issue. And there has been a bunch of cases. There's 12 of them, various utility cases that have been put on hold or have been closed, either permanently or temporarily. So the total number of cases is 83. And for example, in 2000, that was 2021 on April 1st.
Is that a record? Is that a new record?
I don't know, but all I know is both utilities electric utilities are in for rate cases. I think there are 4 or 5 gas cases that there are open files for increases in gas issues. And then we have some of the telecommunications cases that I think look good because it's going to be talking about broadband. It's going to be talking about expansion. Also, Consolidated announced, and we went through the process with Consolidated of they're going to put millions of dollars into the state of Maine. I forget the exact number for the 3 or 4 states that there are plans, but that will help bring broadband to areas that are not being served right now.
That's great, and that's a topic for another day, but an important one as well, for sure.
Sure is.
And are there other questions for the public advocate? I think we're nearing the end of our day here. Appreciate your sticking with us. Mr. Robbins, any final comments on the day?
No, just a thank you. Yep. Thank you to the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee during the last session. The committee decided to basically decided that they were going to utilize the Government Evaluation Act, and we were the office that was chosen. And essentially, as you know, that this process was an aid to the legislature with the duty of in serving as a check and balance on those who administer the laws of the state of Maine. Fortunately, the OPA submitted electronically a version of the report and our findings. And on February 12th, I believe, our office appeared before the committee and presented the report to the EUT committee. And fortunately, February 27th, the EUT committee issued a letter to the President of the Senate, Speaker of the House, stating that the committee found that the Office of the Public Advocate is operating within its statutory authority. So I just want to thank you for the hard work and work, especially hard work on behalf of our office, but more so the due diligence that the committee took to, I think, validate a good process. The Government Evaluation Act is a good act.
Great. Well, thanks for undergoing that process. I know it's not always pleasant at the time, but important nonetheless. And Ms. Robbins, if we do take up the looming disconnections issue, will you be able to participate in that discussion?
Yes, I would. But I really believe, though, the first step is possibly do it with diplomacy. If there are significant problems, which I think there could be, with the numbers of disconnect notices and the fact that people are going to be panicked, I think it's going to take possibly a delay of the or an extension out from April 15th. That's my personal opinion. I think the legislature, the good news is we're in session. The good news is this committee is a proactive committee, and the good news is that you will have some support and backstop of the Office of the Public Advocate, if that's the decision you want to make.
Great, thank you very much for being a resource. Any other questions from the committee? Final questions or thoughts? All right, well, that concludes today. We will reconvene again soon. So thank you again for staying with us. Appreciate all that we're able to do that. And again, those who couldn't be here, committee members who couldn't be here this afternoon, will be listening in on YouTube. All of our proceedings, of course, do stream on YouTube and are fully recorded. And when folks have other day job obligations or other committee obligations, as Representative Cuddy did today, they do their best to tune in and listen to what they missed. So thank you to all who participated in today. And